Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. My name is Steve Bush. I'm joining you in commentary here today on my own, but we do have a bumper field of competitors out there. I want to just kick off the morning saying thank you to all of our track officials and track staff that have worked pretty hard to dry that track out for us this morning. Our first pair of cars in Super Street about to leave the start line. We've got Nathan McKenna and Alan Stevenson. Stevenson in the utility, McKenna in the Chevy Nova, running for St Mary's Race Engines. He's going to run on through first with a 10.17 with a 127 mile an hour to open his qualifying to a 14.39 at 101 there for Stevenson in the utility. Next pairing out, we have Buddha Zamet in the VT. Going through his burnout, taking on Jim Raptus in the Jeep. No burnout there from the Jeep, but you don't really need the burnout with the four-wheel drive Hemi power plant in this thing. We often see the Jeeps at the Race for Real, Aeroflow Race for Real meetings where they're running into the 10s quite easily. Zamet away with a 008 red light. Doesn't matter at this point in the day. He will have the opportunity to still get a time for qualifying. Raptus right beside him in the Jeep. 11.97 with a 0 for Zamet and 11.96 with a 4 there for Raptus in the Jeep in the Rocket Lane. Next up we have Tim Ritzrow in the VXSS Commodore taking on Alicia Teal in her HQ. Running for RJ Industries and Custom Paint. Teal from Cherrybrook, Sydney's northwest. Ritzrow from Glenmore Park out near Penrith. 087 on the tree for the Commodore. HQ 030. Teal out in front. And runs on through for an 11.24 with a 4, 118 mile an hour. 11.97 with a 0 there for Ritzrow. Next up, Phil Armstrong in the Holden Commodore, running for St Mary's Engines. Kerry and Phil Racing, Keystone Acoustic Panelling. Got the 355 Holden on board in the blue Commodore, taking on Greg Robbins from Churchill Mechanical in orange. He's in the XR Falcon. Out in front at the moment, left before the green light, but out in front, 11.03 with a 3. 120 mile an hour for the Falcon to an 11.25 with a 5 there for the Commodore. Next up, Jeff Goodwin and Martin Stevenson now. Goodwin in the Monaro running for Speed for Sale Nitrous. Gear Exchange Services. Craig's Automatics. Sultan's Automotive and Yamaha Australia. Beside Martin Stevenson in the HQ panel van. Running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Big red light there for Stevenson. Over a 10th early. Out in front of the Monaro. 10.12 with a 6. 133 there for the panel van. 11.35 with a 3. 118 mile an hour for the Monaro. Next up, Dale Brown in the SRT Chrysler. 392 cubes of Hemi on board this one. Running for On-Site Rental Group. In beside Dave McGlynn in the Morissette Batteries and Tyres HQ Monaro. 045 on the tree for McGlynn. That car very well sorted. Runs on through for a 10.94 with a 9, 124 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.73 with a 5, 108 for Brown in the SRT. Next up, Peter Villaris. In the Tirana, taking on Christian Norberg. Norberg in the Kingswood. 427 cubes of Chevy on board in the Kingswood. Issues for the Tirana on the hit of the throttle. Norbergen, an 11-1-2 with a 5. And Raptus just cruising on down. Under his own power still, but let's hope he can get that car fixed. He hasn't had the best of luck here at Sydney Dragway in the recent past. He was out the first round of the championship in a Mustang and unfortunately collected the wall. He's also got a XR Falcon, which is manually shifted, I think. Had some issues with that car as well. Just waiting for the finish line officials to close the gate at the finish line, and we're going to get the next pairing underway in Super Street, qualifying round number 1 here at Sydney Dragway. We've got Craig Warren in the City Scrap Steel Tirana, running for Bills Mechanical, and Power Plus Fuels New South Wales taking on Guy Greenland in the Grimer's Garage-backed VX Bellina wagon. This little wagon supercharged. We hear the supercharger whine away as Greenland leaves the start line. But that little Tirana is gone. 0.67 on the tree. Runs on through for 10.18 with a 0. 131 mile an hour. And Greenland in the wagon, 11.42 with a 1. 127. Next up, we have Brett Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore from Jordan Springs. He's scheduled to take on Anthony Gadalari, but I think there's some issues. There's some smoke coming from that car down there. I hope everything is under control. The rag bag is out, so that's not necessarily a good thing. Looks like Stutchbury will go on a solo. Pretty sure the car of Gadalari has the big block Chev under the bonnet. Stutchbury leaves the line with a 2.20 reaction time. 1.83 to the 60. And drives on through for a 12.65. 109 mile an hour through the finish line. Looks like our next car will just run a single lane for a little while. I think that looks to be the plan. Looks like there'll be a little bit of a clean up in the rocket lane, but we can continue qualifying here at round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. We're in round number 1 of qualifying in Super Street. Rolling up to the start line now, Mark Roberts in his Ford Falcon, 4-litre Barrow 6 on board in this one, running for our Marin Bateman. Marabina, sorry, Alpacas. Leaves the line pretty soft, but then we hear on the live stream that the boost comes alive. And that car motoring at the finish line. Runs on through for a 10.67 with a 3, 136 mile an hour. And there is quite a little bit of fluid in the burnout area there in the rocket lane. Pretty localised though, so better to do it there than as the car runs down the racetrack. Richard Matasevic now from Bringelly, running for Modern Style Kitchens in the XY utility. .051 on the tree. Nice wheels up launch there for Richard. Pretty well sorted car, this one, through the finish line. 10.65 with a 1, 125 mile an hour. Next up, Adam Bowers in the High Performance World HQ. It's not a HQ, it's a VT Commodore. I need to look out in the racetrack first before. He's normally in a HQ. 1:28 reaction time. Straight down the centre of the airflow lane, runs through for a 12.39 with a 1:12 mile an hour. Mark Hopkins in the Holden Tirana now, running the 312 Holden power plant. A little bit of a strange engine combination in this one, but it certainly works well for him. The car into the 10s quite deeply, running for Arthur Johnson Engineering, CB Welding and Fabrication, Renew Automotive, Guildford Spares, JF Engines and Howtech. Not to forget Hurricane Metal Roofing. Mark just taking his time to bring that second white light on, which of course is full stage. Leaves with an 095 light. 1.5 seconds to the 60. And a 10.96 with a 7 there. 121 mile an hour. Looks like our next category out for this morning's qualifying will be the Western Weekender Junior Dragster category, of course, for kids 8 to 17 years of age. And we've always got a pretty good field of junior dragsters entered in these events. 23 entered here today according to the schedule. Tell you what we might do, Ben, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of words from our sponsors here this morning. We'll be back underway with Junior Dragster qualifying round number 1 in a few short moments. All right, we'll just continue with the one lane at the moment, Aeroflow lane. We have Alex Rafalo from Vineyard running for Sydney Waterscapes in the first of the 2 cars run by the Rafalo team. Alex running the McGee power plant. Of course, all these juniors powered by a single cylinder side valve 4-stroke. Most of them running on methanol fuel. Follow away cleanly with an 0.40 reaction time. Of course, these cars only running to half track, and an 8.19 with a 179 mile an hour there for young Alex. Drivers are looking for an 8.00 elapsed time, but ultimately they're wanting consistency because that's going to help them pick a dial in when it comes time to race in eliminations. Next up in the airflow lane, we've got Charlotte Leafting, running for Speedflow Products, M-Print Industries, and Ice Slushies. One 1.20 reaction time on the tree there for Charlotte. 8.56 with a 4, 75 mile an hour through the finish line. Ryan Pettiford on a solo now in the airflow lane, leaves with an 0.77 light and an 8.60, 75 mile an hour. The time he's banked for the first round of qualifying. Next up we have Zach Ruffalo. Also running the McGee power plant. Of course, McGee, pretty famous back in the 60s and 70s with all their performance parts, but I believe nowadays they have quite an extensive range of parts for junior dragsters. Leaves with an 0.43 light, 1.7 seconds to the 60. And an 8.15 with a 7.79 mile an hour there for Zach. Next up in the airflow lane, Jaden Curry, running for Bins Express from Prospect. Racing in the backyard, pretty much. Into full stage, brings that second white light on, leaves with a 1.63 reaction time. Of course, 0.00 being perfect. It's not going to affect his ET though. 8.14 with an 8.79 mile an hour. Next up is Daniela Axiak, running for Lush and You out of Luddenham in New South Wales. Getting into full stage. Leads with a 2.24 reaction time. And runs on through for an 8.08 with a 5. Just under 81 mile an hour there. Welcome to everybody joining us on our live stream. Of course, Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube. Has to be Sydney Dragway Official. Hope you enjoy the coverage here today. Of course, round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. We're back to 2 lanes by the look of it. We've got Taylor Smith in the aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo. Smith being pushed back, unfortunately. Longo will go on a solo. .186 light there for Jacob. Running the B Junior Dragster. And runs through for an 8.90, 72 mile an hour. Next up we'll see Chloe Rakio in the airflow lane. Taking on Tegan Smith. Smith running for JM Auto Repairs, Power Cruise Promotions, and Lucas Oils. All right, Smith into pre-stage. She's brought that top white light on, just waiting on Chloe. Both races into full stage now. The tree counts down 0.05 light for Smith. That's probably the best light I've seen so far this morning. And she'll run on through for an 8.003. Just over 80 mile an hour, and Rakio at 8.04 with a 4, 80.38 mile an hour through the finish line. So Smith with a 009 package. If 8.0 is what she's chasing in qualifying with a 000 light. 9 thousandths of a second away from being perfect. Next up, we have Zane Condello from Barrack Heights, taking on Liam O'Neill from Doonside. O'Neill in the rocket lane, running for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services. Condello, sponsored by his mum, was lucky enough to take home a trophy, round number 1 of the championship a few weeks ago. Like one of those cars just stumbling a little bit on the start line. 0.67 on the tree for Condello though. And he runs on through for a 10.02 with a 9.65 mile an hour. To an 11.94 with a 6.53 mile an hour for O'Neill in the rocket lane there. Daniel Carabalit in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Harry Rakio. Harry, brother to Chloe, who ran a little bit earlier. Caraballet running for Lightstream Electrical, Australian Motoring Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools, and Dr. Beth Race Fuels. Hurry away with a 1:01 reaction time, has the performance advantage over Daniel, and runs on through for an 8:06, 79 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8:92 with a 7, 71 mile an hour there for Caraballet in the aeroflow lane. Next up we have George Nader taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah related to Zane, who ran just a few passes ago. Nader running for Matuk Racing. He's in the aeroflow lane, of course. A big field of juniors entered here today. There's 23 in total on the entry list. Just waiting on Nader to move into full stage. There he goes, the top light on now. Tree counts down, 167 on the aeroflow side to a 158 on the rocket side. Nader with the performance advantage here. Runs on through for an 8:06 with a 9. 79 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8:69 with a 4, 77. For Condello in the rocket lane. Next up we have the C Junior of Johnny Lucy. Lucy running for Lucy Civil. Beside Georgia Lifting from Old Bar, running for Speed Products, Imprint Industries, McGrath's Meats, Ice Slushy, Aqua Bliss Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. Good list of sponsors on board for the lifting car in the rocket lane. .004 on the tree for Georgia. Runs on through for a 9:20, 70 mile an hour for her to a 12:51. 50 mile an hour there for Lucci in the aeroflow lane. Brianna Boscovich and Archie Boscovich now. Brianna in the aeroflow lane. Archie in the rocket. .001 on the tree for Archie. Had a 10th on his sister. Out in front, Archie will take the win. 867 with a 5, 75 mile an hour to an 887 for Brianna in the airflow lane. But a 001 light there for Archie. Jake McNamara now on a solo in the rocket lane. I dare say this is the last car in juniors for this round of qualifying. Running for his Nan and Pop, Fine Line Motorsports and Arnox Enterprises. 142 light there for Jake. Runs on through for an 8.15 with a 9.78 mile an hour there. And as I say, that rounds out round number 1 of qualifying for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters here this weekend. And while we pack up the finish line apparatus, we'll just throw to our big screen for a couple of short words from some of our sponsors. And we'll be back with you very shortly.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Street Fighter. And we've got Dave Muscat in the Mini running down the Aeroflow lane for a 16.19 with a 3 to a 17.17 there for Sean in the Hyundai. Next up we have Wayne Smith and Danny Stadelmeyer. Smith in the HSV Club Sport. The LS Power Plant on board, taking on the AU Falcon of Danny Stadelmeyer. Oh, the Falcon a little bit loose off the head of the throttle. 081 on the tree. But he was outreacted by Wayne Smith with an 058. Looks like Smith's out in front as well. We'll take the stripe. 13.43 with a 5. 102 mile an hour through the finish line to a 13.89 there for the Falcon. Next up, Jack Matasevic from Bringelly in the Falcon. taking on Grant Law in the Toyota RAV4. Because if you come along to our Aeroflow Race for Reels every Wednesday night and say, I want to give this bracket racing a crack, this, of course, is probably the next step from the Aeroflow Race for Real or the Sunday sessions, is come out and join us for the Street Fighter category, where you can run your pretty much everyday car. All you need is the very basics of safety, long sleeve clothing, and an approved helmet. It looks like Law failed to get into stage there. So unfortunately, won't get a time recorder, but Matasevic, he will. 16:02 with a 4, 96 mile an hour. Next up, Cameron Whitmore and Con Esther. Esther in the Falcon. Boss power plant in this one. Whitmore in this very nice Commodore Ute. 355 cubes of Holden power plant on board for him. .008 on the tree for Esther. Nice reaction time. Of course, no driver assistance on the start line here. No delay boxes, none of that stuff. It's all the driver's right foot, their eyeball, and the clutch pedal, obviously, if they've got one. But Whitmore runs through for 13:08 to take the win. Next up, John Zammett in the wagon, running for DHL, taking on Nicholas Bennett in the 202 powered Holden Gemini, running for Mudgee Carpet Court. Zammett, a pretty tough racer, always seen at the pointy end of the racing fields when it comes to eliminations. Of course, we're in qualifying at the moment. The Gemini away first, but the wagon just around him at half track and takes the win there. 13:01 with a 4, 107 mile an hour to 13:74, 97 for the Gemini. Next up, Glenn Garlick in the Commodore, running for Chipping Norton Motors. Leaves the start line with a 171 reaction time. Taking on Scott Goodison from Taree and the Mitsubishi Legman. Not much in the reaction times there, but the Commodore will take the win. 13:24 with a 2, 104 to a 16:26 with a 1 at 87 there for the Mitsubishi. Next up, Ben Roberts from Quakers Hill in the Falcon, taking on Mark Elborn. Elborn in the Holden, Colorado. Now they're giving it a crack, but the Falcon will take the win here. 15:03 with a 0, 93 mile an hour. And the Colorado, a 20.17 second pass, 69 mile an hour. Next up, Michael Ritchie's. We're moving into street bike. Of course, if you prefer your action on two wheels and want to get involved at grassroots level, this, of course, is the category for you, street bike. And Michael Ritchie's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jesse Barnes. Barnes took home a trophy at round number 1 of the championship. He's on a little ZYF R3. Ritchie's a 10.78 with a 1, 132 mile an hour to a 14.16 there for Barnes. Next up, Angela Phipps and Robert Gilb. Gilb on the Kawasaki. Phipps on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. One of our hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway. Oh, Phipps left the red light. 028 red on the tree. Gilb with a 146. And Phipps a 1088 with a 7. 138 mile an hour through the finish line to an 1164 with a 6. Next up, Tristan Anderson from Toongabbie on the Royal Enfield. 600 twin for him. Taking on Phil Gardner from Googong on the Yamaha XSR 900 triple. The Yamaha with a performance advantage here. Not too much in the reaction times, but an 1184 with a 1 there for Gardner. 119 mile an hour. And a 1397 at 92 mile an hour there for Anderson in the airflow lane. Next up, Stefan Stefala and Jeremy Fisher. Fisher from Leichhardt on the Royal Enfield, running for Fletcher Dalport. 865 cc's on board for him. Stefala running for Little Tokyo, VP Racing Fuels and Powerhouse Cycles. Stefala, a very experienced racer, as Fisher carries that front end way up in the air. Had to shift all the body weight over the front end to bring it back down. Stefala runs through for a 10.12 with a 6, 131 mile an hour through the finish line to a 13.58 with a 9, 99 mile an hour there for Fisher in the rocket lane. Looks like we're moving into bikereview.com.au, modified bike. This category a little bit faster. The bikes often have wheelie bars out the back, like the two sitting on the start line now. Well, Strudwick way over towards the left-hand side of his lane, pretty much from the head of the throttle. That's where the bike went. He brings it back to the center now, but Lorenzo Capoca, he's taking the win. 913 with a 9. 142 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Ronnie Adams from the Redland taking on Ron Cutt Building Supplies. He's on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer in the aeroflow lane. The rocket lane, Bobby Joe Simmons running for Reed Carpentry on the Suzuki, and Simmons Mowing. Not too much in the reaction times here. Adams with a better 018. Simmons will get there first. 962 with an 8. 152 mile an hour through the finish line to a 1022 with a 5. Next up we have Albie Davidson, running for Western Smash Repairs and TD Motorsports. He's on the Digger TLS 1000. Sorry, TL 1000S, 997 cc's. Davies on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. 065 on the tree for Davies. Out in front and will take the win. 1026 with a 2, 125 mile an hour to an 1178 with a 7, 116 mile an hour. There for Davidson. In the aeroflow lane, have to be careful there. There's a Davidson and a Davies. A little bit of smoke lingering there in the braking area. Not normally good when you let the smoke out. All right, given all clear, we have Ian Hill running for Pensioner Racing on the Honda CBR 1000. taking on Lucas Nigo from Victoria. Nigo gets there first, 9.62 with a 7, 140 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.14 with a 7 there for Hill. Next up, Santina Keith from Burwood, running for Reveley Cycles. AGV helmets, Sydney custom spray painting. Oh, Steve Franks in the rocket lane, way over towards the wall. Left the start line and the bike just made a beeline for the concrete wall. And he'll run through for an 11.28 with a 5, 126 mile an hour. And unfortunately, no time recorded there for Santina in the airflow lane. Next up, Rob Simmons in the airflow lane on his Suzuki Hayabusa, running for Azapati Racing. Taking on Ryan Franks on the also on the Suzuki, running for GSF Engineering from Mount Druitt. .087 on the tree for Simmons. He is out of there. Nice launcher at 1.6 to the 60. And through the finish line, 9.36 with an 8, 148 mile an hour. And Ryan Franks in the rocket lane there, a 12.66 with a 4 at only 118. Next up, Dave Mead from Orange on the Kawasaki Z11, 1500 cc's on board for him. Running the older style modified bike, the big square tyre on the back, the wheelie bar. Quite sure what the hold up is. We're just waiting for David to be motioned forward. Just checking the airflow lane there, I think for any sorts of fluid from the, I think the Simmons bike perhaps. All right, David, given the all clear to approach the start line. He's been through his burnout procedure. Got that right arm way up in the air. Leaves all right, but has some issues at the top of first gear. Reselects the appropriate gear, runs on through for an 11.04 with a 134 mile an hour. And that at least banks a time for him in the bikereview.com.au modified bike. Of course, we are in the midst of qualifying session number 1. The next pair of motorcycles about to leave the start line will be Christopher Hocking in the airflow lane. On the Aprilia RS V4, taking on Brant Gilliver. Gilliver running for Mick Home Motorcycles and Extra Soy Candles. And a 897 with a 150 mile an hour. I think we've actually moved into extreme bike now. And we have on the start line Ben Newman from Kellyville Ridge on Benny's pull form and steel. On the Hayabusa, taking on Cherie Buggy. 666 Race and Custom, also on the Hayabusa. Newman away with a 2.80 reaction time. Out in front of Cherie, and Newman will take it 8.98 with a 7. 150 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 9.25 with a 155 there for Buggy in the rocket lane. All right, Darren Foley and Wesley Andrews now. Foley from North Richmond running for Rams Head Services. CHE Precision Auto on board this Suzuki Hayabusa. Ran into the high 6s, I think, last meeting. 213, 212 mile an hour, something like that. Taking on Wesley Andrews from Blacktown. He's on the InStyle Interiors and Construction GSXR 1000. Andrews leaves first with a 182 reaction time, but Foley's machine, bulk horsepower, but an 874 with a 148 mile an hour. I think he was out of that early. And Andrews came back at him, 924 with a 150 mile an hour in the rocket lane. Next up, Matthew Hunt and Jeff Gradden. Hunt in the airflow lane from Pittown, running for Fittings 24/7 on the Kawasaki. Gradden on the Suzuki Hayabusa, running for Secret Rolling Stock and car components. .117 on the tree for Gradden, but Hunt will get there first. 972 with a 9, 144 mile an hour through the finish line to an 1138 with a 7. Next up on a solo to round out the category is Diane Azzopardi from Londonderry. Running for Azzopardi Earth Moving, the Suzuki GSXR 1000. 145 light there for Diane on the start line. And an 873 with a 167 mile an hour through the finish line. Whoa. Moving into a super sedan. Brendan Costello in the EK Holden, getting very crossed up at the end of the burnout there. Taking on Nathan Watt in the Grants Performance VL Commodore. Running for Burson Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. Of course, in the airflow lane. Oh, 1-1 on the tree for Watt. 006 red for Costello. Watt will take it though. 924 with a 4. 145 mile an hour through the finish line to a 977. 137 there for Costello in the rocket lane. Next up we have Rex Webster. In the rocket lane in the Austin A40. Left with an 064 light. Out in front, the little Austin will take it. And runs on through for a 966 with a 9, 139 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 10.18 with a 5 there for the airflow lane. Next up, Niall Mitchell in the Wicked Customs and Restos Holden Gemini, running for Big J's Automotive as well. 383 cubes of Chevrolet for that 059 red light. In beside him, Dave Gruber in the strip rat running for LIT Consulting. The little Tirana, 931 with a 3, 142 across the finish line. Left with an 016 red light. And a 10.13 with a 7 there for the Gemini. Next up, Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina taking on Joe Samet. Samet running for Samet Borg Racing, 383 cubes of Holden on board in the VL. Just lifting the front wheels of both cars on the start line. Pretty much neck and neck. Looks like the Cortina's in front at the moment, and we'll take it 973 with a 1, 137 mile an hour for Bilby in the airflow lane to a 10.21 with an 8, 130 mile an hour for the VL. Next up, Andrew Little taking on Jim Denaro. Little in the 67 Camaro, running from Forbes in New South Wales Central West. Denaro from Engadine in the Ford Cortina, running for AAP Performance Automatics. Denaro leaves with a 019 red light. And a 948 with a 9, 141 mile an hour there for Denaro in the rocket lane to a 986 with a 7, 131 for Little in the rocket lane. Next up, Sean Marr in the St Mary's Engine Services HB Tirana, taking on Dean Giddens in the Street Neat Patent Panel Ford Cortina. 408 cubes of Cleveland on board in the Cordy, running for Shorty's Race Engines and West End Performance. Giddens just lifting that left front on the hit of the throttle. Pair of red lights on the tree at the moment. 007 red for Marr. Marr out in front and runs a 920, 145 to a 10.14 with a 1, 132 there for Giddens in the Cortina. looked a lot closer than that across the finish line. From here, anyway. Pete Hamilton in the Perfection Automotive wagon taking on the Escort panel van of Leo Georges. Georges running for Rocky Lamartina and Sons Carrots. Running the Chev 400, little Ford Escort. Big H Racing. 028 red for 028 green, sorry, for Georges in the Escort, but Hamilton with an 011 red. 872, 153 there for Hamilton to a 922 at 147 for the Escort of Georges. Next up, Graham Blackman in the Cortina, running for Queanbeyan Engine Service. 347 cubes of Windsor on board in the Cortina. Nathan Cooper in the All Vehicle Services Holden Gemini, small block Chevy on board. 370 cubes. Rarely see the Gemini Coupe on the racetrack these days. We've got two of them, different models, but one this early Gemini, the other one Niall Mitchell's TETF model. Just waiting on Blackman to move into stage, well and truly pointing towards about the half-track marker on the wall. The Gemini away nicely, 042 on the tree, just hiking that left front on the hit. And runs on through for an 892 with a 2. 153 across the finish line. Blackman a 1081 with a 7. 123 in the Cortina. Debbie Robb in the XP Coupe. 528 cubes of Ford big block on board in the XP. Nathan Cowie running for Cowie Signs in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. 400 cubes of small block Chev jammed in the front of the Mighty Boy. 004 red for Cowie. 008 green for Debbie Robb. Falcon will take the win. 917 with a 9. 146. Jason Field in the Burr Creek Roofing Ford Telstar. 427 cubes of a Ford power plant on board this one with a little bit of nitrous. There's the purge. Of course, Jason wanting to make sure there is no air bubbles in that nitrous line. .206 reaction time there for Jason. Straight down the centre of the lane, 874 with the 0, 156 mile an hour for the Telstar. I think that concludes our first round of qualifying for Super Sedan. We're going to move into Super Gas Eliminator now. And I believe that is Catanza Reedy in the aeroflow lane, taking on Graham Spencer. Spencer from Diggers Rest in Victoria. Catanza Reedy in the aeroflow lane. Of course, these racers running on a fixed index 990 throttle stops. Spencer out in front, 012 reaction time for him. Let's see what he can run at the other end. 967 with a 9, 155, so a little bit too fast, but Catanza Reedy a 996 with a 3 there in the aeroflow lane. Next up, Roy Romeo in the Burson Auto Parts of Narellan backed Commodore in the aeroflow lane, taking on Greg Smith in the Holden Tirana for West End Performance, and G-Force. .001 red there for Romeo on the head of the throttle. 006 green for South in the Tirana. Out in front in the Tirana runs 10.08 with a 7, 1:18 through the finish line. Romeo a little bit too quick, 9.89 with a 0. Next up, Vince Panetta and Anthony Panetta. Vince in the aeroflow lane. Both cars running for straight line, paint and panel. The Tirana in the aeroflow lane, and the Holden Calibra in the rocket lane. .009 green there for the aeroflow lane. 018 red there for the rocket lane. And a 990 with a 3 for Panetta in the rocket lane. To a 997 with an 8 in the aeroflow lane. I think that concludes the first round of qualifying for Supergas. Here today at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway. Hope you're enjoying the action if you're here at the track, and also enjoying the live stream if you're joining us on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We're about to get underway with the first round of qualifying for Modified Eliminator, and we've got Peter Carlton in the front engine dragster in the aeroflow lane. 350 Chev on board, taking on Lee Harder-Law in the Ford Roadster. Harder-Law running for Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. 017 on the tree for Harder-Law. 004 red for Carlton in the dragster. Harder-Law will take it 8.05 with a 9, 164 through the finish line. To an 8.99 with a 9, 147 for Carlton in the airflow lane there. Next pairing out, Lou Capanato running for Platinum Powder Coating in the Maya Dragster. 555 cubes of big block Chev on board for him. Taking on George Bukareshvili in this super fast little LS powered front engine dragster. Bukareshvili running for Race Max Direct. Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing and Motorsport Connections. Pair of red lights on the tree, 018 for Capanato, 025 for Bukareshvili. Capanato will get there first, 746 with a 4, 118 mile an hour through the finish line, to a 794 with a 5 at 170 for the dragster of Bukareshvili. Next up, Danielle McCaskill and Adriana McCaskill. Danielle in the rocket lane, running for Mark 1 Welding. Adriana in the rocket lane, running for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services. Two very tough racers who started their career in Junior Dragster. Danielle sitting patiently in pre-stage. Adriana joins her. .024 green for Danielle. Adriana with an 040 red. Adriana will take the win though. 7.08 with a 189 mile an hour through the finish line to a 7.34 with a 2 at 182. Next up, Alison Stewart in the rear engine dragster, taking on Jenny Petrie. Petrie in the Fiat Topolino, the Wildfire Fiat Topolino. Racing for Penrite Oils, St Mary's engines, Craig's Automatics, and Mixed Metal Roofing. Stewart racing for Jeff's at Racing Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography, Madman Productions, and of course LA Racing Lubricants. .021 green on the tree for Petrie, but the power of that big block will drive around and run for an 8.15 with the 0. 164 there for Stewart to an 8.43 with a 4. 153 for Petrie in the rocket lane. Next up, Gregory Hannaford in the Fiat Topolino. 192 cubes of Holden power plant on board this car. Very period appearing Fiat Topolino. Holden 6 power plant. Taking on Kelsey Walford-Lay. Walford-Lay in the T-bucket. 502 cubes of big block Chev, running for Skips Fire Services. Walford lay away with a 0.45 red light. But a 7.92 with an 8, 164 mile an hour run for her. And Hannaford through with a 16.32, 81 mile an hour. Next up, Peter Brown in the rear engine dragster, taking on Craig Davies in the front engine dragster. Davies away with an 0.13 light. Brown's car did not move. Not sure what happened there, but he'll get a 7.65 with a 1.79. Davies ran on through for an 8.33 at 160 in the rocket lane. And we have a solo to complete the round in modified eliminator here. We've got Fiona Crisp from Kilmore in Victoria running for GT Skips. hear that Fontana Falcon of Boscovich in through the track mics. It's got a very distinct engine note. He's only about 3 pairs back to, as I said, Chris about to take her first qualifying run here today. Recently went to the US and licensed in an alcohol dragster. .023 red on the tree for Chris. And 778 with a 5. 171 mile an hour through the finish line. We're moving into Top Sportsman now. Only a relatively small field of Top Sportsmen compared to what we're used to. Joe Gadolari in the VL Commodore, taking on Brett Sheard in the Chevy S10. Very, very nice presented car for Sheard in the Rocket Lane. 441 cubes of small block. .017 on the tree for Sheard. The better of the 2 reaction times. 015 red for Gadolari. 86 flat there for Gadolari. 158 mile an hour to a 790 with a 6. 171 mile an hour for Brett Sheard in the Rocket Lane. Next up, Josh Boscovich, running for Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Fontana 410 on board for Bosco. I believe the car now has a Linko in it as well. Definitely a clutched car. Very aggressive on the launch, this one. Taking on Stephen Willies. Willies in the Ford Torino, 632 cubes. Ford power plant on board for him. Running for Andrews Race Cars, Pro Street Metalcraft, and T-Rex Racing Engines. Boscovich coming into stage with a couple of dry hops. A little bit of nitrous purge there for Boscovich as well. Boscovich way over towards the center line. Stayed parallel with it once he got there though. 821 with a 5, 162, but Willies gets there first. 813 with a 4. 167 for the big Ford Torino. Left the start line with the red light, but next pairing up, Dave Whitmore and Joe Sorbello. Whitmore in the Chevy Nova. Blown 400 cube small block. Taking on the supercharged Datsun. 040 on the tree for Whitmore. The Nova will take the win here. 822 with an 8. 167 to a 959 with a 4. 153 there for Sabello. Something not quite right for the Skyline. Next up, Lisa Sargent takes on Jeffrey Sargent. Jeffrey in the Chevy Camaro, Lisa in the Chevy Nova. Over 1,100 cubes on the start line between these two cars. Jeffrey with the nitrous-assisted 522 cubed big block. Lisa with the bigger cubes, 598 on board for her. Both cars just being guided into stage. Waiting on Jeffrey now, the RPM on the two-step. Just lifting the front wheels for the Camaro. 023 to an 051 would have been a good race, but the Camaro, a little bit better performance, runs through for a 792 with a 5, 172 mile an hour through the finish line to an 853 with a 3 at 152 for Lisa Sargent in the aeroflow lane there. Good side-by-side pass. Now moving into a boosted Outlaw. And we've got Po Tung in the Toyota Supra, running for Gas Racing. He's taking on Peter Lovering in the 55 Chev Bel Air for Gulf Western Oils, Speedflow and Motorsport Connections. We've got chalk and cheese between these two cars in so many facets of their setup. Lovering with the supercharged TFX 55 Chevy. Tung with the 2JZ Turbo. A little bit of nitrous on board for Po Tung. You can see that yellow sticker on the back window. Lovering's car moved around a little bit. He was out of the throttle by the 330. And Tung also not putting in a full pass, but a 801 with a 130 mile an hour there for the Supra. To an 863 at 106 there for Lovering. I think we're about to move into qualifying session number 2 for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. So I'm just going to take a short break. We'll throw some ads up on the big screen and we'll be back with you very shortly here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Team Rafalo leads the start line. Alex away first with a 156 red to a 154 green. So around about 3/10 on the start line between 8:03 with a 3 there for Alex in the airflow lane. Next up, Taylor Smith. Now, she had some issues on the start line, I think, in her first run from memory. Taking on Charlotte Leifting. Leifting qualified so far in 10th position. 8:56 with a 4 is what she's run in her first round of qualifying. Smith racing for Norwest Parts and Performance. Leifting running for Speedflow Products and Print Industries and Ice Slushies. Away with a 007 light. And runs on through for an 8:51, 75 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8:72 with a 3 at 75 for Smith in the airflow lane there. Next up, Pippa Bennett from Alfred's Point, running for Stratus Form. The McGee power plant in this junior drag. So didn't come out for round number 1 of qualifying. Taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah qualified in 13th position with an 8:69. 1:08 the better. The two reaction times pretty close as they approach the finish line. 8:70 with a 6:77 mile an hour there for Condello in the rocket lane to an 8:73 with a 5. Only 600ths across the finish line. Next up, Tegan Smith and Jaden Curry. Smith running for JM Auto Repairs, Power Cruise Promotions, and Lucas Oils. Our number 1 qualifier is Smith with an 8:003. Curry in the rocket lane, running for Bins Express. .035 on the tree for Smith. 2.11 there for Curry. Smith will take the win. Runs on through for a 7.97 with a 4. 80.9 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.15 with a 2. So both cars pretty consistent when compared to their first round of qualifying. Next up, we'll see Georgia Leifting in the airflow lane to take on Johnny Lucci. Lucci in the rocket lane. Leifting in the airflow lane. Leifting away first, will take the win here at 9.14 with the 4. 71 mile an hour through the finish line. A little bit quicker than a 9.20 that she ran earlier. And a 12.21 with the 3 there. In the rocket lane. Next up, Harry Rakio takes on Zane Condello. Condello's car not sounding great on the test launch there. Rakio, a number 4 qualifier with an 8.06. Zane's car stumbled again on the hit. 0.59 on the tree for Rakio to an 0.37 for Condello. Rakio will take it 8.15 with a 0, 78 mile an hour to a 10.02 with a 3, 65 mile an hour there for Condello. I tell you what, only I think 0.06 of a second between his 2 qualifying runs there. Next up, Daniel Carabalot takes on Daniela Axiak. Carabalot, our 18th qualifier with an 8.92. Axiak up in 6th with an 8.08. Not much in this one reaction time wise. Carabalot with a slight advantage, but Axiak will take it, goes 8.02 with a 4. 81 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.78 with a 6. Next up, Jake McNamara from Fairfield West takes on Ryan Pettiford. McNamara running for Fine Line Motorsports. Here's Nan and Pop, Arnex Enterprises, and Ryan Pettiford also running for Arnox Enterprises. Fine Line Motorsports as well, and of course Bank of Mum. Ryan with the reaction time advantage there. 0.28 on the tree. And something going amiss for McNamara in the aeroflow lane. Not quite sure what all that is on the start line. They're just picking bits and pieces up everywhere there. Whatever it was, let go at the head of the throttle. All right, a quick clean-up of the start line there for the McNamara team. Let's hope they can get that car repaired for first round of racing. Very rare that we see mechanical breakages in Junior Dragster, but I think it looked like a clutch build or something like that from up here. There was certainly no fluid, or not enough to indicate that internal parts of the engine were no longer on the inside. So we have Archie Boscovich in the airflow lane, taking on Chloe Rakio in the rocket lane. Boscovich, our 12th qualifier, with an 867. Rakio up in number 4 with an 804. Pair of red lights on the tree. Rakio with an 048. Out in front, runs on through with an 804 with an 8. So only 4 thousandths slower than a first qualifying run. That's going to make it easy to pick a dial in. 863 with a 0 there for Boscovich in the airflow lane. Jacob Longo running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. He's in the airflow lane taking on Brianna Boscovich. Brianna in the rocket lane. .042 on the tree for Boscovich. Nice light for her. I'm not sure if Longo's going to come around her. No, Brianna gets there first. 886 for the 4. 73 mile an hour to an 890. 72 there for Longo. Next up we have Liam O'Neill. Running for EA Traffic Solutions, Princey Motorsports and Skips Fire Services. He's taking on George Nader. Nader running for Matooks Racing. His sixth qualifier so far with an 8.06 with a 9. .064 on the treat for O'Neill to an 051. Nader with the performance advantage will take it with an 8.05. 79 mile an hour, and O'Neill there a 12.09 with a 5. 52 mile an hour through the finish line. So Nader going marginally faster than his earlier qualifying run. Still close enough that he can pick a dial in pretty easily. I think that concludes qualifying for Junior Dragster here today. And looks like we've got our Street Fighter category coming under the tunnel. We'll just have a quick word from some of our sponsors while we pack up the finish line, and we'll be back with qualifying session number 2 for Street Fighter.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
All right, Grant Law in the RAV4 taking on David Muscat. Muscat racing for RPM Racing in the Mini Cooper. Out here most Wednesday nights at the Aeroflow Race for real. Law away with a 4.22 reaction time. Muscat a little bit too eager by 1/10 of a second, which is a pretty big red light for him. But he'll run on through for 16.64, 86 mile an hour to a 19.67. 69 mile an hour there for Grant Law. At least it now has a time banked for qualifying. The next pairing up will be Con Esther in the Ford Falcon. He's taking on Mark Elborn. Elborn in the Holden, Colorado. Esther a 14.08, 101 in the Falcon to a 19.41. For Elborn in the Colorado. Nicholas Bennett in the Holden Gemini. Looking for Mudgee Carpet Court. He's in the Aeroflow lane taking on Cameron Whitmore. Whitmore in the Holden Ute from Dora Creek. .051 on the tree for Bennett. Nice light for him. 2/10 behind is Whitmore. And the Gemini, 13.70 with a 9, 97 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.95. 60 mile an hour for Whitmore in the Ute. Next up, Wayne Smith and Don Zammit to battle. Smith in the red sedan. Zammit in the blue wagon. Big issues there for Wayne Smith. The car got to the 60 foot and turned hard to the left. No issues there for Zammit. 0.47 on the tree to and runs on through for 13.04. 108 mile an hour through the finish line. Smith had a good reaction time of an 0.12, but the car just got to the 60 foot and turned pretty hard left there. Did well to keep it off the wall. Looks like we're about to move into a street bike now. And we're going to kick the round off with Stefan Stefala and Michael Riches. Riches on the Suzuki, running for AMS Water Meters. And Stefala running for Little Tokyo, VP Race Fuels and Powerhouse Cycles. Stefala, our number one qualifier with a 10.12. Leaves with an 0.12 light. Very sharp on the tree for Stefala. A very quick motorcycle too. 10.14 with a 7. To a 10.69 with a 2 there for Riches in the Rocket Lane. Robert Gilb and Phil Gardner next pairing out. Gilb in the Aeroflow lane on the Kawasaki. Gardner on the Yamaha. Gilbert Way with an O, 76. And we'll take the stripe, 10.38 with a 3, 130 mile an hour through the finish line. Gardner in the rocket lane, 11.72 with a 9, 120 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Jesse Barnes on the Yamaha ZYF R3, only 320 cc's of power plant. For Jesse, taking on Angela Phipps on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. $176 red on the tree for Angela. Runs through for a 10.74 at 140. And a 14.08 at 90 mile an hour there for Jesse in the airflow lane. Next up, Tristan Anderson in the Royal Enfield Twin 600 taking on Jeremy Fisher. Anderson away first with a 104. And a 13.99 with a 4.93 mile an hour there for Anderson to a 13.48 with a 6. All right, moving in to Super Street now. And we have on track Alan Stevenson and Martin Stevenson. The panel van will take it. 10.08 with a 9, 133 through the finish line to a 12.69 with an 8 for the utility at 104. Next up, Dale Brown in the SRT Chrysler. Taking on Nathan McKenna in the Chevy Nova. Big block 540 on board for him. Running for St. Mary's Race Engines. Wheels up launch for McKenna. Wheel spin for Brown in the SRT. 022 for the Nova. And a 10.13 with a 2, 128 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.98, 108 there for Brown in the airflow lane. Next up, Guy Greenland in the Commodore wagon taking on Adam Bowers in the Commodore sedan. Hear that supercharger winding away there for Greenland. He'll get there first, 11.26 with a 5, 125 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.40 with a 0. Jimmy Raptis in the Chrysler Jeep taking on Chris Zammit in the VT Commodore. Zammit in the rocket lane. A 1.00 his reaction time to a 3.65 for the four-wheel drive. Zammit will take it though, 11.96 with an 8 at 114. Next pairing out, Dave McGlynn in the HQ Monaro taking on Jeff Goodwin in the VT Holden Monaro. .037 or .065, McLean with the advantage, but I think the performance advantage will go to Goodwin in the rocket lane. No, I'm wrong. 10.91 with a 1, 124 for McLean to an 11.19 with a 5 for Goodwin in the rocket lane. Peter Villaris now for Go Logistics in the Tirana, taking on Tim Ritzrow. Retro in the VX Commodore. That smoke just lingering on the start line. 072 on the tree for Retro. A much better run this time around for Villaris. He'll get a 10.60 with a 3. 126 mile an hour through the finish line. Retro in the rocket lane, 11.90. Christian Norbergen in the Kingswood, taking on Brett Stutchbury. Oh, not much in the reaction time here. Norbergen an 0.88 to an 0.72 for Stutchbury. The Kiwi will get there first, 11.10 with a 9. 121 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.56 with an 8 at 109. Next up, Alicia Teal and Richard Matasevic. Teal in the aeroflow lane. Matasevic in the rocket lane. .040 to an 0.33. Teal with a slight advantage off the start line. Matasevic will take it 10.62 at 125 to an 11.24 with a 4. Big burnout there from Phil Armstrong in the rocket lane. Running for Keystone acoustic paneling. He's taking on Craig Warren in the Sydney Scrap Steel Holden Tirana. Running for Bills Mechanical and Power Plus Racing. .008 on the tree for Armstrong, and 0.32 for Craig Warren. Looks like Warren is out in front performance-wise and will take the win. 10.56 with an 8, 129 mile an hour to an 11.25 with a 5 at 119 for Armstrong. Next up, Greg Robbins in the XR Falcon, taking on Mark Hopkins in the Holden Tirana. .085 on the tree for Robbins, but I think that Tirana will come around very close though. And the Tirana did not get there. 10.98 with a 4, 120 mile an hour for Robbins to take the win to a 10.93 with a 3. Next up, Anthony Gadolari and Mark Roberts. Gadolari had some issues in the first round of qualifying. Obviously rectified those. Let's see if he can get a pass down and get a time logged for his qualifying. Leaves with an 0.14 red light. Roberts in the rocket lane. Sticking with him, I must say. 10.75 with a 3 at 124 there for Gadolari. Takes the win to a 10.67 at 140. So that Falcon coming home very strong. And a little bit quicker, just quietly. Looks like our next category out will be a bikereview.com.au modified bike. A couple of races just waiting in the fire-up box. Just being told we've got a little bit of the wet stuff falling where the hold up. So the day is a little bit overcast here in Sydney. And of course we were weather delayed earlier this morning. All right, bikereview.com. Modified bike, we have Peter Strudwick leaving the start line, moving over towards the left-hand fence once again. And Santina Keith was trying to join him. Dance with the centre line. 10.002, 135 there for Strudwick. To an 11.30, 125 for Santina Keith on the Royal Enfield. Next up, Ronnie Adams and Mark Davies. Adams in the aeroflow lane, running for Ron Cut Building Supplies. And Mark Davies on the Suzuki GSXR. Adams' bike just leaped up into the air almost there on the hit of the throttle. Pretty close. Adams just in front, gets there 10.01 with a 136 mile an hour through the finish line. And Davies there 10.20. Again, a little bit of smoke in the finish line there for Davies. Next up, Bobby Joe Simmons. Running for Reed Carpentry and Simmons Mowing in the aeroflow lane on the Suzuki Hayabusa. Albie Davidson from Rutherford running for Western Smash Repairs and TD Motorsports. He's on the Digger TL1000. Simmons away reasonably nicely on the Hayabusa. Davidson in hot pursuit, but Simmons will get there 9.56 with a 153 mile an hour across the finish line to a 10.85 with a 3 at 132 there for Davidson. Next up, Ian Hill from Guandolen on the Honda CBR 1000, taking on Lorenzo Capogna. Capogna running for Little Tokyo, I beg your pardon. Little Tokyo. I believe it's a tattoo parlor. That's where I got it mixed up with trying to find it before. So Little Tokyo, VP Race Fuels, Powerhouse Cycles. Capogna been on this motorcycle for some time now. 083 on the tree, out in front, we'll get there first. 9.13 with a 7.1, 42 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Lucas Nigo from Victoria. On a solo run there, 9.55 with a 140 mile an hour through the finish line. And now moving into Extreme Bike. And we've got Matthew Hunt from Pittown running for Fittings 24/7. Kawasaki. Taking on David Mead, also in the Kawasaki. Two very different styles of motorcycle. Hunt in the aeroflow lane, Mead in the rocket lane. Pro Tree, Mead away very nicely with an 087. Strapped a big hole shot on Hunt there and is sticking out in front at the moment. 9.01 with a 9, 142 mile an hour. 9.61 with a 145 there for Matthew Hunt. Next up, Darren Foley takes on Ben Newman. Foley from North Richmond, Newman from Kellyville Ridge. Foley, our number 2 qualifier, with with an 874. We should see this bike a lot quicker than that. And 127 to the 60 for Foley. He is on a run here. That bike running dead straight. 743 with a 9, 206 mile an hour. That's more what we're expecting. 743 with a 9, 206 there for Foley. Wesley Adams from Blacktown running for In Style Interiors and Construction. Taking on Cherie Buggy. Buggy running for 666 Race and Customs. Andrews away first with a 277 reaction time out in front and will take the win. 897 with a 6, 150 mile an hour for Andrews there in the airflow lane to a 906 with a 9, 158. Next up, Diane Azapati and Christopher Hocking. Azapati in the airflow lane, running for Azapati, earth moving. Hocking in the rocket lane on New Perilia. And Hocking through first, 897 with a 6, 150 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 899 at 156. Next up, Jeffrey Gradden on the high, also running for Sigra Rolling Stock Components, and Robert Simmons in the rocket lane. See Simmons with that right elbow way up in the air, ready to crank that throttle down. Simmons will take it 912 with a 3, 150 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 1017 with a 3 at 112. Brant Gilliver from South Windsor, running for Mick Home Motorcycles. He's in the airflow lane. Going on a solo here, our number 3 qualifier with an 884 with an 8. 1428 cc's of Suzuki. .090 on the tree. Let's see what he can do at the finish line. 880. 146, a little bit quicker than his previous run. So moving in the right direction. Our number 3 qualifier. Now moving into Super Sedan. And we've got Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini, taking on Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore. Watt running for Grant's Performance. Mitchell running for Wicked Customs and Restos. .003 on the tree for Watt. Nice reaction time for him. Of course, 000 is perfect. Watt will get there first at 923 with an 8. 146 through the finish line to a 1058 with a 6 at 131 there for Mitchell in the Gemini. Next up, Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina, taking on Larry Etzel. Etzel in the Skyline. I beg your pardon, in the 300ZX. At the Mopar power plant. Pretty rare car here in Australia, this model 300 ZX. Moved over towards the wall there for Edsel. The car a little bit loose. Denaro away with a 0.41 light. Will take the win. 9.46 with a 5. 1.42 mile an hour through the finish line. Edsel a 10.37 with an 8. 1.28 for him. Next up, Brendan Costello and Debbie Robb. Robb in the rocket lane. 528 cubes of big block Ford on board for Debbie. 408 cubes of Chevy for Costello. Costello lined up a little bit crooked on the start line. Brings the car back to the centre of the lane, left with a 005. Robb away with an 053 red light. We'll get there first. 914 with a 4. 146 mile an hour. And Costello 973 with an 8 at 137. Sporty Cordies are plenty on the start line here. We've got Dean Giddens in the Aeroflow lane, the Mark II Cortina with a Cleveland 408 cubes of power plant on board for Dean. And Ross Bilby in the TF Cortina, 434 cubes of Windsor on board for him. And the later model Cortina will get there first. 970 with a 5, 138 mile an hour to a 1008 with a 6 at 130 there for Giddens. Next up, Leo Georges in the Ford Escort panel van, taking on Andrew Little in the Chevy Camaro. Just waiting on Little to move into full stage. The tree will count down now. 038 to an 017. Little with the advantage, but I think the Escort's going to take the W at the finish line. 920, 146 mile an hour through the finish line to a 998 with a 0 at 133 there for Little in the Chevy Camaro. Next up, Dave Gruber in the LJ Tirana, taking on Sean Maher in the HP Tirana. Two very tough super sedan competitors sitting on the start line right now. .009 red for Dave Gruber, 010 green for Maher. Those two cars neck and neck through the finish line. 919 with a 5, 145 there for Sean Maher in the rocket lane to a 928 with a 5 at 142 for Dave Gruber in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Nathan Cooper and Pete Hamilton. Cooper in the Gemini. Hamilton in the Holden wagon. Gemini lifting the left front on the hit of the throttle. 087 on the tree, but Hamilton with a much better 004. The little Gemini twisted up all the way down the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. 888 with a 7, 153 to an 872, I think it was there for Hamilton in the rocket lane. Next up, Graham Blackman in the Ford Cortina, taking on Nathan Cowie. Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Wheels up and launched over towards the Christmas tree for Cowie. Runs on through for a 936 with a 5 at 134, and Blackman in the Cortina 10.75 with a 6 at 124. Joe Zammit and Rex Webster doing battle now. Zammit in the aeroflow lane in the VL Commodore. Webster in the A40 utility. All right, both racers just being told they can approach the start line. Zammit's got the pre-stage light on, just waiting on Webster now. .014 to an 017. Only 3 thousandths in the start line. Webster will get there first. 9.54 with an 8, 140 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.18 with a 9 at 131 there for Zammit in the aeroflow lane. Next up, Jason Field on yet another solo in the Ford Telstar. Straight down the center of the lane, runs 8.69 with a 7, 157 mile an hour. Looks like we're moving into Supergas Eliminator now. Of course, these cars running on a Pro Tree fixed index of a 990. No handicaps. First across the finish line slower than a 990 will take the win. Greg Smith in the Holden Tirana in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird in the rocket lane. South gets there first, 8.74 with a 4, 154, a little bit too fast, but a 9.90 with a 3 for Catanzariti. That's what you're wanting, a 9.90. Just having a look at the finish line. Next pair of cars to face the start line will be Graham Spencer in that gorgeous Corvette Roadster running for SAS Motorsports. He's taking on Roy Romeo in the VP Commodore. Running for Burson at Narellan. Romeo went a little bit too quick in the first round of qualifying, as did Spencer. Romeo with the red light, 007 red. Spencer went 010 green. And a 9.73 with a 6 for Spencer to a 9.87 with a 9 at 151 there for Romeo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I've just had a little bit of a respite, just in commentary up here by myself today. Rather than listening to me, thought I'd let some of the cars and motorcycles do a little bit of talking on my behalf. We're about to get underway with the first round of eliminations here. We've moved into eliminations for all categories, so we're going to start talking about dial-ins and handicaps and reaction times. Of course, in Super Street, we have Alicia Teal in the HQ. She's dialed in with an 11.24, taking on Chris Zammit, dialed in with an 11.99. That means that the Zammit car in the rocket lane is going to leave the start line first, and Alicia's going to chase him down. In theory, they'll be neck and neck across the finish line, but now is where reaction times become very critical. Alicia Teal with a very uncharacteristic issue on the start line, and has given the win to Chris Zammit. Runs on through for a 12.289 on his 11.99. So you'll hear me use the term a breakout. Now, if the two cars were racing, for example, there, and Alicia has dialed in with 11.24, and she goes at 11.20, for example, she's gone under the dial-in time that she has said that her car will run. She can still win if the other car goes under the dial-in by more. And that's what we call a double breakout, where both cars go under the dial-in. It's a good way to equalise different performance levels within the category. And in most of the categories, we see many races won and lost on the start line and or at the finish line by thousandths of a second. And we've got our second pair on the start line now. Dave McGlynn in the HQ taking on Adam Bowers in the VT Commodore. McGlynn has dialed in with a 10.91. He's going to have to wait on the start line as Bowers has dialed in with a 12.39. The red Commodore will leave the start line first. There we go. Leaves now with a 2.10. Green light. And Dave McGlynn has thrown it away with a red light on the start line. That is his day done now. 0.11 red. And he got there first by a long way, but did go under the dial-in by about a tenth as well, just to be sure. But Bowers will move on to the next round. Next pairing up will be Anthony Gadolari and Greg Robbins. Gadolari in the utility, dialed in with a 10.74. He will have to wait for Robbins, who will leave first, dialed in with a 10.90. Robbins from Molong, running for Churchill Mechanical. Gadolari's day might just get a little bit better. 0.90 on the tree to a 1.41 for Robbins. I think Gadolari is in front already and takes the win. Goes 10.88 with a 6 at 1.15 through the finish line on his 10.74. And 11.04 with a 6 there for Robbins. Ran a little bit away from the dial-in that he thought the car was going to run. And Gadolari will move into the next round. Next pairing up, Peter Villaris in the Tirana, dialed in with a 10.69, taking on Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro, dialed in with an 11.15. Goodwin out with a small advantage off the start line, only a couple of hundredths of a second. And Villaris on the brakes early, 10.70 on a 10.69. He was lucky. I think one of those cars were out of the throttle on the finish line, and I'm pretty sure it was the Tirana, running just over the dial-in by a hundredths of a second to take the win. Next up, Jim Raptis in the Chrysler Jeep, taking on Tim Ritzrow in the SS Commodore. Ritzrow dialed in with an 11.89. He will be chased by the Jeep, dialed in with 11.83. So not too much in this one off the start line. You won't see the difference in the tree. They'll count down pretty much together. And Ritzrow with a tenth of a second up his sleeve off the start line. Cars locked together still at 1,000 foot, and Raptis takes it, goes around him. 11.85 with a 5 at 110 mile an hour for the Jeep to take the win. Christian Norbergen taking on Philip Armstrong. Armstrong in the Commodore, dialed in with a 11.27. Norbergen dialed in with an 11.08. And Norberg going to move into the next round. Armstrong with an 0.22 red light. And Norberg an 11.115 and an 11.08 dial in. Battle of the utilities on the start line now. Alan Stevenson and Richard Matasevic. Stevenson away first with a 2.19. Matasevic's thrown it away with a red light on the start line. Goes 0.05 too soon. Had dialed in with a 10.60, but it doesn't matter now. Stevenson will take the win. Runs on through for 12.87 with a 7 on his 12.86. Craig Warren for Sydney Scrap Steel in the white Tirana, dialed in with a 10.15. He's taking on Guy Greenland in the wagon, dialed in with an 11.45. So Greenland will have 0.3 of a second head start. And another red light, 0.52 on the tree for Warren. Greenland will move through to the next round. Tested the dial, they went 11.03 with a 4 there. Next up, Mark Hopkins in the Tirana, taking on Nathan McKenna in the Chevy Nova. McKenna dialed in with a 10.10. He will chase down Hopkins, who's dialed in with a 10.94. McKenna's car much more race-like compared to the Tirana in the other lane. Very streetable. 0.13 to 0.36. There's absolutely nothing in the start line. The Tirana with a small advantage. It looks like he's out in front at 1,000. He's still there at the finish line. 11.02 with an 8 at 1.16. Got there by 700ths of a second. The Tirana will be back for round number 2. Next up, Dale Brown in the 300 SRT Chrysler. Dialed in with a 12.90. He's taking on Brett Stutchbury. He's dialed in with a 12.60. Stutchbury in the Commodore. Leaves with an 0.72 light. Brown with a 1.47. So the Commodore with the advantage, racing towards the finish line. And Brown will take the win, goes a 12.90 with a 6 on a 12.90, only 0.06 of a second over the dial-in. That's how Brown got there. Next up, Mark Roberts in the Falcon, dialed in with a 10.50. He will leave first. Stevenson will chase him down with a 10.08. Stevenson in the panel van, or should I say the drag van. Panel van with a big hole shot advantage here. I don't think the Falcon is going to catch him. 10.10 with a 1 on a 10.08 at 1.33 there for Stevenson. And Roberts, unfortunately, out of competition with a 10.83 at 1.37. Well, I think that concludes round number 1 of the Go Logistics Super Street competition here today at Sydney Dragway. Of course, round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series. And we're about to get underway with the next category, which is the Western Weekender Junior Dragster, their first round of competition. And of course, Junior Drags are always providing plenty of close racing, plenty of good reaction times. Of course, no driver's aid for all the reaction times. Everything done with the brain-foot coordination, I guess you could say. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, add us on Facebook for all the up-to-date information around the facility, upcoming events such as the No Prep Kings event, which will be here next weekend, next Friday, Saturday. And if you're a fan of drag racing, I'm sure you would have seen some of the posts that have come out of Perth last week, and of course Willowbank Raceway this weekend, and of course some of the transport dramas that have happened to a couple of the races from the US. One of the cars involved in a truck accident, so the crews there have been scrambling to repair that car and get it race ready. And then there was a pretty popular racer, Ryan Martin. He had an incident in the braking area, I believe, in Perth, and that car has been repaired and shipped to Willowbank overnight. And I saw a post from the Martin team. They were wrapped to be racing up at Willowbank this weekend. As I say, the No Prep Kings cars will be here next weekend, next Friday and Saturday. If you haven't already got your tickets, check them out online. All right, round number 1 of the Western Weekend Junior Dragster pitches Charlotte Leafting, dialed in with an 850 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on a Savannah Condello. Savannah dialed in with an 869. All right, both races into pre-stage. They've brought their top white light on. Now full stage, the second pair are lit. The tree staggers down. A 166 reaction time for Leafting to a 143 there for Condello. Condello with a small advantage racing towards the finish line and will take the win. 875 with the 3 on an 869. Got there by a hundredths of a second. And we'll move on to the next round. The next pairing out, we'll see Harry Reiko in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 810. Taking on Jacob Longo. Longo dialed in with an 888. So a reasonable head start going to the car in the rocket lane. Reiko will have to stay calm and chase him down. Oh, 86 on the tree for Longo. Reiko with a little bit of work to do with a 157. And Reiko got there first, but were too fast. 8004 handing the win back to Longo. He also went under the dial-in by 1,000th of a second, but he will take the win because he was under the dial-in by the least. Prime example there of a double breakout. Next up, Archie Boscovich. Archie on a solo. He was slated to run Jaden Curry, I think, but the car being pushed back from the start-up area. So Boscovich will take the solo here. Basically getting another qualifying run. Doesn't have to worry about breakouts, red lights or anything like that. 021 on the tree. He's looking for an 859, runs 861 with a 2. right, the next pairing up, Daniel Carabalot taking on Alex Rafalo. Rafalo running for Sydney Waterscapes. Dialed in with an 8.03. He's in the rocket lane. Carabalot dialed in with an 8.78 in the airflow lane. So he will leave first and Rafalo will have to chase him down. Looks like Daniel has been pushed back from the start line, so Rafalo will take the win here. He'll go on a solo. Seen a little bit of breakage today in junior drags, a little bit uncharacteristic. Rafalo leaves with an 0.25 light. He's looking for an 8.0. Goes 8.09 with a 6.79 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Pippa Bennett from Alfred's Point running for Stratus Form. 8.07 the dial in for Bennett in the airflow lane. Taking on Daniela Axiak. Axiak with an 8 flat. She was our number 2 qualifier. Bennett throws it away on the start line with an 0.60, red side. And runs it out the back door, 8.67 with a 0. But the winner there is Axiak. Goes 8.07 with a 7, 80.9 mile an hour to take the win. She'll be back for round number 2. Next up, we have Georgia Leifting, the Speedflow Products Junior Dragster, dialed in with a 9.10. She's in the aeroflow lane, taking on Liam O'Neill in the rocket lane. O'Neill dialed in with an 11.94. So 2.84 seconds head start going to O'Neill. Away with an 0.87 light. 0.49 on the tree for Leifting. She's kept her cool. Got a little bit of an advantage off the start line. And takes the win. Goes 9.14 with a 5 on a 9.10. O'Neill a 12.08 with a 6 on 11.94. Next up, Zane Condello taking on Taylor Smith. Condello dialed in with a 10 flat in the aeroflow lane. Smith dialed in with an 8.70. We'll have to wait 1.3 seconds. Smith went into deep stage there, which means brought the top white light out. But Condello away with an 0.94 light. Should take the win here. Has about... Oh, he's gone too fast. Went a 9.76 with a 2 on a 10 flat. It's a reasonable breakout there. All he had to do was back off just ever so slightly and he would have won that. Smith takes the win and moves into round number 2. Next up, George Nader and Brianna Boscovich. Nader in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.04. Boscovich with an 8.84. So two amber lights on the Christmas tree head start going to the rocket lane here. Nader will have to chase Brianna down. And did not wait. 0-2-8 red for Nader. Rihanna moves into the next round. She tests the dial and goes 8.73 with an 8. Next up, Johnny Lucci and Chloe Rakio. Lucci dialed in with a 12.13 in the airflow lane. Rakio dialed in with an 8.03. So 4.1 seconds head start going to the car in the airflow lane. Rakio will have to be patient. Lucia away with a 2.38 reaction time. Rakio much better with an 0.77. Should play that to her advantage and takes the win. Goes 8.07 with the 3 on an 8.03. Got there by around about 2/10. All right, Zach Ruffalo in the airflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.08. He's taking on Ryan Pettiford. Pettiford dialed in with an 8.59. So the car in the rocket lane to leave the start line first. Pettiford's thrown it away on the start line with an 0.32 red, 0.11 for Ruffalo. Take the chance to test the dial and goes 8.18 with an 8. And Pettiford an 8.66 with a 3, but unfortunately the start line told the story there. Our number 1 qualifier, Tegan Smith, will get the solo into the next round. Running for JM Auto Repairs, Power Cruise Promotions, and Lucas Oils. She went 8.003 earlier this morning. And here she's dialed in 7.97. Very good reaction time, 0.13 for Tegan. And an 8.01 with a 0 on a 7.97 dial-in. She will now move into round number 2, and I think that concludes the first round of racing here for the Western Weekenders Junior Dragsters.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Into street bike now, and that was Robert Gilb in the Aeroflow lane taking the win. Goes a 10.73 with a 1 on his 10.50. Next up, we will see Jesse Barnes on the ProTune Cycles Yamaha. Dialed in with a 14.08. Taking on Angela Phipps, who will have to be very patient. She's dialed in with a 10.50. So 3.5 seconds head start going to Barnes in the Aeroflow lane. We saw Barnes in the final of round number 1 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship. Good to see him back. Only 320 cc's of power plant in this motorcycle. 2:03 reaction time. Angela away with a 1:79, but the bike not leaving as quick as I think she probably would have liked. I don't know if she's going to catch him. There's a big speed differential at the other end, though. And a 14.25 with a 4.82 mile an hour there for Barnes to take the win. And Phipps a 10.70 on a 10.50, just a little bit too far away. Next up, Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield Twin. Dialed in with a 13.82. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Michael Riches. Riches dialed in with a 10.60. Leaves the line with a much better 1:49 reaction time. In hot pursuit of the Enfield. You hear him screaming at the other end of the racetrack. And a 10.61 with a 2 on a 10.60 at 1:22. So washed a little bit of speed off there. Some 12, 15 mile an hour. Next pairing up, Stefan Stafala and Phil Gardner. Stafala in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.12. Running for Powerhouse Cycles, he was our #1 qualifier. Phil Gardner in the Rocket lane, dialed in with 11.72. Gardner with the red light on the start line, handing the win to Stafala. Gardner only 14 thousandths of a second too soon. And Stafala runs it out the back door. 10.09 with a 1 on a 10.12. 132 mile an hour there. Opportunity to test the dial in, and that's exactly what he's done. Moving into Street Fighter now. First matchup of the round sees Denny Stottlemyre in the Falcon take on Sean Darnell. Darnell in the Hyundai i30. Darnell dialed in with a 1680. Will be leaving the start line first. Stoudemire 3.1 seconds behind him. And we'll have to chase him down. All right, an 0.33 on the start line for Darnell. Has 2.1 tenths of a second up his sleeve. I don't know if Stoudemire's going to be able to make that up. He's chasing him down, but I don't think he's going to get there. He got there first. 17.05 with the 5, 82 mile an hour for Darnell. Lucky for Sean, the car of Stoudemire went too fast by about 4 hundredths of a second. Next up, Cameron Whitmore from Dora Creek. Dialed in with a 13.05 in the Ute. Taking on Glenn Garlick in the Ford. Sorry, I beg your pardon, in the Holden Commodore. Oh, I might get in trouble for that. 13.21 the dial in for Garlick. I don't know what made me think it was a Ford. Yeah. 1.50 the reaction time for Glenn Garlick. 1.94 the reaction time for Whitmore. Garlick should take this one if he doesn't go too fast. 13.26 with an 8. At 1.06 to take the win. Something going away there for Garlick. For Whitmore in the Ute. Next pairing out is Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport. Dialed in with a 13.40. Jap Matasevic in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with a 14.34. There's a little bit of work to do. An 0.31 on the tree for Wayne Smith to an 0.93 for Matasevic. Falcon still in front at 1,000 and still in front at the finish line. He got there. 14.36 with a 9 on his 14.34 to take the win. Next pairing up is Con Esther in the Ford Falcon. Dialed in with a 14.10. Scott Goodison in the Mitsubishi Legnum. Dialed in with a 16.21. He's just left 18 thousandths of a second too soon, handing the win to Con Esther. And a 14.01 with a 5 on a 14.10 there. So Esther has the opportunity to adjust the dial in for the next round of racing. Next pairing out, we'll see Grant Law dialed in with a 19.50 in the RAV4. Taking on Mark Elborn in the Old Colorado, dialed in with a 19.38. And the Colorado takes it 19.47 with an 8 on a 19.38 dial in. Got there by around about 0.2 of a second. Next up, Dave Muscat in the Mini Cooper. Dialed in with a 16.10. Taking on Don Zammit in the VT Commodore. Zammit dialed in with a 13.05. Muscat away with an 0.58. And, Zammit's done the red light. 0.12 red. He'll be dirty on that. Now, he did take home a trophy the first round of the championship. Of course, this series run over 8 rounds. It's important to try and bank points at each round of the competition. Nicholas Bennett in the Holden Gemini. Dialed in with a 1370, taking on Ben Roberts in the XR8 Falcon. Roberts dialed in with a 15.0. Away with an 0.35. He has a big advantage over the Gemini. Nearly 0.2 of a second. I don't think that little 202 Gemini is going to catch him. No, it does not. Roberts takes the win by around about 0.05 of a second across the finish line. 15.16 with the 9. Now this is Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore. He's going on the solo here, dialed in with a 9.23. Running for Grant's Performance, Burson Auto Parts, Budget Tyre Shed, and Angels Roofing. 383 cubes of Chevy on board in the VL. Leaves with a 007 red light. And runs it through the back door. 9.23 with a 6 at 145 on a 9.23, so only 6 thousandths over the dial in. Just needs to tidy up the start line a little bit, and he will be gold. Next pairing out, we'll see Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy. Running for Cowie Signs, dialed in with a 9.30. He will be chasing down Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore. The Commodore dialed in with a 10.20. So 0.9 of a head start, 0.9 of a second head start going to Zammit in the VL. And a 1:02 reaction time for the VL and a red light for Cowie. Zammit through the finish line with a 10.95. Next pairing out, Brendan Costello from Isabella Plains in the ACT in the 61 EK Holden. He's dialed in with a 9.72. He will be chased down by Debbie Robb from Tamworth. Running for Multi-Quip. Dialed in with a 9.14. $528 cubes of Ford power plant in the Falcon. Costello is in this stage now. 0.38 to a 1.58. He's got 1.2 of a second up his sleeve. The Holden out in front and should take the win. 9.72 with a 9. 1.37 Molineux through the finish line. Only 9 thousandths over the dial in. I think that's his first round win. 9.17 with a 6 at 1.46. I think it was for Debbie Robb in the rocket lane there. Oh, this will be a pretty tough race. We've got Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat. Dialed in with a 9.28 in the Aeroflow lane. Jimmy Donaro in the Ford Cortina. Dialed in with a 9.46. Around about 0.2 of a second head start going to the Cortina. Gruber will have to chase him down Both very tough, very consistent races here in Super Sedan. 0.32 to an 0.31. 1,000's advantage going to Gruber. Who will it be at the bottom end of the racetrack? The cars locked together. Denaro will take it. 9.47 with a 1 on a 9.46. 74 10,000ths of a second was the margin across the finish line there, ladies and gentlemen. So Gruber, a 9.29 with a 9, 142 mile an hour on his 9.28. Jimmy Denaro, a 9.47 with a 1 on his 9.46 to take the win. The next pairing up, this will be a good race as well. It pitches Sean Ma in the Holden Tirana, dialed in with a 9.19, taking on Jason Field in the Rocket Lane. He's in the Ford Telstar, dialed in with a 9.10. So only 900ths of a second head start going to the Tirana of Ma. Can hear one of those cars below me cranking and cranking and cranking on the starter motor. Omar is moving forward. I think Field car is not firing. Ma doing the right thing and waiting for as long as he can. Okay, the starter giving the signal. Ma will take the solo field, unfortunately not able to front for the first round. That would have been a pretty good race, unfortunately, for Jason Field. Sean Ma is now on another solo. We'll take the opportunity to test the dial in. Although that said, he would have a pretty good idea of what his car will run. He's done more than a fair share of runs at Sydney Dragway in all sorts of different weather conditions. 0.35 on the tree. Straight down the centre of the lane and across the finish line, 9.19 with a 7 on a 9.19. Total package there is 42 thousandths of a second. Next pairing out, we'll see Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini take on Andrew Little. Little in the Chevy Camaro. Mitchell in the Holden Gemini. There we go. 9.85 at the dial-in for Andrew Little from Forbes to a 10-0 there for Niall Mitchell. Mitchell leaves the red light on the start line. Left early by 1/10 of a second. Little will take the round win and move into round number 2 with a 10.22. Pete Hamilton in the wagon, dialed in with an 8.72. We're taking on Graham Blackman in the Cortina. Blackman dialed in with a 10.70. Near enough to 2 seconds head start. We'll be going to the Cortina. He will be probably past the 60 foot by the time Hamilton leaves. And Hamilton's thrown it away with the red light. 005 red. Blackman a 10.79 on a 10.70 at 124 to take the win. Hamilton out round number 1. Next up, Larry Etzel on a solo, dialed in with a 10.18. In the rocket lane. Next up, we've got Rex Webster in the aeroflow lane. In the Austin A40. 540 big block on board for him. Taking on Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina. Quite sure the red lights on both sides of the Christmas tree here. There we go, Rex Webster, dialed in with a 9.60. Bilby in the Cortina, dialed in with a 9.70. 1/10 of a second between the two. The Cortina to be chased down by the Austin. Bilby dancing those front wheels in the air off the hit of the throttle. Webster with a better reaction time. Will he convert it to a win? He does. Goes at 9.64 with a 6.139 mile an hour through the finish line. To Bilby's 9.70 on a 9.70. With 300s across the finish line. Win going to the A40 of Webster. Battle of the small English Fords next up. Dean Giddens dialed in with a 10.0 in the Cortina. Taking on Leo Georges in the Escort, dialed in with a 9.20. Giddens lost 2/10 on the start line. Georges should take the win here. Goes a 9.43 with a 3, 125 mile an hour on a 9.20. And Giddens a 10.11 with a 4 at 132. I think that concludes the first round of Super Sedan here this afternoon. Moving into bikereview.com.au modified bike. This race pits Ian Hill on the Honda, dialed in with a 980, taking on Mark Davies, also dialed in with a 980. Davies is the winner because Hill has left the red light on the start line. Davies takes the win with a 10-1-6. On the start line, Stephen Franks and Lucas Nego. 11.25 the dial in for Franks in the aeroflow lane. Another red light on the start line. Nego will move into the next round with a 9.63, 140 mile an hour there for Nego to take the win. Franks breaks out at the other end. Next pairing up will be Lorenzo Capogna in the rocket lane. Taking on Ryan Franks in the aeroflow lane. Franks dialed in with an 11.20. He's going to leave well before Capogna. Dialed in with a 9.1, so 2.1 tenths of a second head start going to the bike in the aeroflow lane, but Capogna has thrown it away with a red light. Franks will move into the next round with a 10.48 with a 9. Next pairing up we have Albie Davidson on the nitrous-assisted Digger TL1000S. Dialing with a 10.55. Strudwick, Peter Strudwick in the other lane. 9.85 the dial in for that Harley Davidson V-Rod. Running for HPN Moto Garage. Just waiting on Davidson to move into stage now. Tree counts down for Davidson first. Away with a 2.11 and 0.78 for Strudwick. Strudwick moving over towards the center line. And Davidson will take the win. Goes 10.55, 129 on a 10.55. Spot on the dial in. 1,000s quicker, and he would have lost that. I don't know if Strudwick had an issue because it looked like he was chasing him down at a fair rate of knots, and then all of a sudden the Davidson machine pulled away again. Next up, we have Santina Keith in the aeroflow lane. She's riding the Royal Enfield, dialed in with a 10.63. Bobby Joe Simmons dialed in with a 9.45 on the Hayabusa. And she will take it. Goes 9.50, 132 for Simmons to take the win. Keith out of competition with a 10.9. Unfortunately, around about 3 tenths off the dial in. She did have the better reaction time, but wasn't able to keep in front. Next up, Ronnie Adams from Narellan, running for Ron Cott Building Supplies, dialed in with a 9.80. And runs a 9.80. Nice. Thousands over the dial in. 136 mile an hour there for Adams. Big burnout there for Ben Newman on the Suzuki Hayabusa. We've moved into Extreme Bike now. Newman getting a little bit crossed up at the end of the burnout. This is first to the finish line, wins this one. Pro Tree start. Heads up. $1.40 Newman with a big advantage off the start line. Dave Mead's not going to catch him. Issues for Mead in the rocket lane. And Newman a 9.06 with an 8, 151 mile an hour. Next pairing will be Diana Sapati and Jeff Gradden. As a party running for As a Party, Earth Moving on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Graden on the Suzuki Hayabusa, running for Sigra Rolling Stock and Components. Nitrous assisted Hayabusa for Graden. We also see him behind the wheel of a Pro Slammer as well. 144 on the tree for Graden. Runs on through for an 894. 147 mile an hour there for Graden. Next up, Wesley Andrews for InStyle Interiors and Construction on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Taking on Cherie Buggy. Buggy running for 666 Racing Custom on the Hayabusa. Andrews should take this one comfortably. 894 with a 6. 150 mile an hour through the finish line to a 921 with an 8 at 158. Next bring up, we see Matthew Hunt from Pittown taking on Brant Gilliver from South Windsor. Gilver running for Mick Hone Motorcycles. Hunt's thrown it away with the red light. 098 on the tree for Gilver, but we'll take the winner anyway. 870 with a 7. 146 for Gilliver. To a red lighting 969. There for Matthew Hunt. Next up, Christopher Hocking and Robert Simmons. These two used to do battle in mod bike. Tell you what, Simo's got some work to do here. I don't know if he's going to catch that Aprilia. Does not. 894 with a 3. 150 mile an hour there for Hocking through the finish line to take the win. Simmons a 909 with a 5 at 150. Gave away about a 1/10 of a second on the Christmas tree. And our number 1 qualifier, Darren Foley, will be going on a solo. He's run 7:43 at 206 mile an hour, which is a massive speed for that ET. Dead straight pass for Foley. Let's see what he can do at the other end. 7:36 with a 3. 7:36 with a 3. 211 mile an hour. Nice pass there for Darren Foley on the Rams Head Services Suzuki Hayabusa. Taking the round win and moving on. I think our next category out will be the Western Weekender Junior Dragster for their second round of competition. While we're setting up the finish line equipment, I'm just going to throw it to our big screen. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here at the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series, round number 2 at Sydney Dragway.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for races, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems. You can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, Georgia lifting in the aeroflow lane, taking on Alex Rafalo in the rocket lane. Lifting dialed in with a 910. We'll have around about a second head start over Rafalo, who's dialed in with an 807. Rafalo will have to be patient. .006 on the tree. Just patient enough. And takes the win. Goes 808 with a 1 on an 807. And lifting there. Not a bad pass from her. 064 light, I think it was. Next car out is Daniela Axiak. Gets the solo for this round. She's dialed in with an 8 flat. Okay, I think that's Boskovic. We now have Archie Boskovic and Savannah Condello. Boskovic dialed in with an 859. Condello with an 869. So only a 10th between these two. Boskovic running for Sebek Constructions, Diecast Mania and Liverpool Glass. Leaves with an 034, has the advantage over Condello, who left with a 177. And Boskovic takes it, 863 with a 1 on an 859. Moving to the next round, Condello an 873 with a 6 on an 869. Next up we have Zach Rafalo and Chloe Rakio. Rafalo dialed in with an 815. He will be chased by a 10th of a second by Rakio. Rakio, our number 5 qualifier. Rafalo, our 10th qualifier, just waiting on Rakio to move into full stage. 1, 2, 3 on the tree for Rafalo. 016 for Reiko. Reiko should take this one and does not. Goes too fast. Goes 804 with a 4 and an 805. Handing the win back to Rafalo. Goes 816 with a 2. Moving to the next round. Next up, Taylor Smith in the airflow lane. Dialed him with an 870. Taking on Brianna Boscovich. Dialed him with an 871. Some issues around the back of Brianna's car there. Guessing maybe a breather bottle or something left over. It's just a small trail of fluid. A 1-2-2 reaction time for Boscovich, has the advantage and converts to a win. 8-8-1 with a 3 on an 871 dial-in. Had about 2/10 up a sleeve off the start line. Next pairing, Jacob Longo taking on Tegan Smith. Longo dialed in with an 8-8-7. Smith with an 8-0. So Smith has around about 9/10 of a second to wait on the start line. Longo will be probably halfway to the 60 foot. And Smith's car stops on the start line. I heard the engine rev up. I don't know if it's thrown a belt or a clutch or something. And Longo takes the win, 8-8-7 with a 3 on an 8-8-7. So only 3 thousandths over the dial-in. Lucky there was another mechanical breakage from a junior. We very rarely ever see them, and there's been a handful of them today. I think that concludes the second round of racing for Junior Dragster here this afternoon. Next category out is scheduled to be Super Gas. So while we clean up the start line and pack away the finish line, we'll just throw up to our big screen for a couple more ads from some of our sponsors.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Okay, this is not Super Gas. We're into Super Street, our round number 2. We've got Dale Brown on the start line, 12.90 the dial in for the Chrysler, taking on Guy Greenland in the wagon. The Chrysler away with a 1.72 reaction time is going to be enough to get Brown the win because Greenland has put the red light on in his lane. And a 13.07 there. At 1.07 for Brown to take the win. On the start line, Anthony Gadlari dialed in with a 10.74 in the ute, taking on Alan Stevenson, also in the ute. Gadlari's thrown it away with a 005 red light. Stevenson will take the win. And runs on through for 12.77 with the 7. Next up, Jim Raptus and Chris Samet. Raptus in the Jeep, dialing with 11.80 to an 11.99 there for Zamet, who's left the red light on the tree. 8 thousandths of a second too soon. Raptus away with an 0.64. Takes the win with 11.82 with the 6. Next up, Mark Hopkins and Martin Stevenson. Hopkins in the Tirana, Stevenson in the panel van. The Tirana's dialed in with a 9.74. The panel van with a 10.08. .062 to an 0.65. There's 3 thousandths in the start line. Basically heads up, so it will come down to whoever is closest to the dial-in at the other end, and that will be Martin Stevenson. Went 10.10 with a 9 on a 10.08 dial-in. Got there by 0.02 of a second. So Hopkins a little bit further away from the dial-in than that. Peter Villaris now from Go Logistics in the Holden Tirana, dialed in with a 10.64. Bowers dialed in with a 12.39 in the Commodore. Villaris getting very crossed up close to that centre line. Not going to catch the Commodore from there. 12.44 with the 5, 113 mile an hour for Bowers to take the win. Christian Norbergen on a solo in the HQ. Runs on through for an 11.12 at 121 mile an hour. Now we're moving into Super Gas. Graham Spencer in the Corvette Roadster. Fixed index 990, taking on Greg South from West End Performance and G-Force. Racers looking for a 990. Pro Tree fixed index. A lot of these cars able to run much faster than the 990. Double 03 on the tree for the Corvette. South way out in front of the Toronto. I'm guessing he's probably gone too fast. No, it was Spencer that went too fast. Got there first by a tenth with a 989 with a 0, 154. South into the next round with a 998 with a 3 at 125. So big speed difference there, nearly 30 mile an hour, which is close to 50 kilometers an hour. Next up, Vince Panetta and Roy Romeo. Romeo in the Commodore, running for Burson Auto Parts at Narellan. Panetta running for Straight Line Paint and Panel. He's in that very, very nicely presented LH Tirana. Romeo's thrown it away with an 028 light on the tree. Panetta taking the opportunity to run it out the back door. 988 with a 0. 148 mile an hour. Tutanzaridi, our number 1 qualifier. 990 with a 3 in the Pontiac Firebird. There's a graphic representation of the throttle stop. Limits the ET, but allows the car to have big mile an hour. 163 mile an hour through the finish line to be exact. 994 with a 4 for Joe on that run. And that concludes round number 1 of Super Gas here this afternoon. Next category out will be Super Sedan. The first pairing will be Brendan Costello in the EK Holden, dialed in with a 972. He will be chased down by Leo Georges in the Ford Escort. Castillo dialed in with a 972. George is with a 920. unload. 017 red. Thrown it away on the start line. Georges will take the win here. 922 with a 9 on a 920. The Escort will be back for round number 3. Next pairing up will be Andrew Little in the Chevy Camaro, dialed in with a 999. Taking on Graham Blackman in the Cortina, 1070 the dial in for the Cortina. 001 on the tree for Andrew Little, 1,000ths away from the perfect reaction time. Has a little bit up his sleeve. Blackman not too far behind on the leave of the start line, 10.03 with a 6, 119 for Andrew Little to take the win. Graham Blackman, 10.76 with a 1. Next up, Sean Marr in the HP Toronto, dialed in with a 919. He's taking on Larry Etzel in the 300 ZX. Etzel dialed in with a 1018. Marr with the advantage on the start line. Already in front at 1,000, takes the win. 923 with a 1, 134 mile an hour for the HB. And a 1023 with a 9 at 131 there for Etzel in the rocket lane. Joe Zammit and Jim Tenaro. Zammit in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1017. Tenaro in the Cortina, dialed in with a 946. Sound like Jimmy's car hit the limiter on the hit of the throttle there. 078 green to an 016. Tenaro with the advantage. Oh, Zammit got there first, broke out by 11,000ths of a second. Handing the win to Denaro, who's going to move into the next round. Nathan Watt with another solo. Dialed in with a 923, he's gone 922. So 100th of a second too quick. But that doesn't matter, you'll still get the win to move into the next round. That concludes round number 2 of Super Sedan. We're about to move into Boosted Outlaws. Lovering all over the racetrack there on the hit of the throttle. Thought he was going to come over the centre line there, but bringing the car back to the middle of the lane and rolling on through to a 10-second pass, only 89 mile an hour there. And I think that Chevy would have been all in Poe's peripheral vision there. All right, we're in a modified eliminator now. The first round of racing here this afternoon. Craig Davies gets the solo. 004 on the tree. Front engine dragster taking the win, goes 8.35 with a 159 mile an hour. Next pairing out will be George Bukareshvili in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster, dialed in with a 789, taking on Fiona Crisp. Crisp dialed in with a 775. 10th and a half difference in the dial-ins. Bukareshvili to leave first. .027 to a 129. Crisp, uncharacteristically slow on the reaction time. Bukareshvili should take it, goes a 9.72. Beg your pardon, a 7.92 with a 2, 189 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Kelsey Walford-Lay, dialed in with the 789. She's in the T-Bucket altered. Danielle McCaskill in the Rocket Lane, in the Ranger Dragster. McCaskill dialed in with a 732. So 3.5 tenths of a second head start. Going to the altered in the Aeroflow lane. McCaskill with a better reaction time. Making that car work at the top end of the racetrack. 7.35 with a 6 will take it. 182 mile an hour on a 7.32 dial-in. And Walford-Lay there, unfortunately, out of competition for the rest of the afternoon. The next pairing out, we'll see Alison Stewart in the rear engine dragster. Dialed in with an 815. She's going to take on Peter Carlton in the front engine dragster, running for Maxwell Mowers and Swale. Chevy 350 on board the front engine dragster. He's dialed in with an 850. So 3.5 tenths the gap here too. Carlton in the front engine car to lead first. .113 reaction time for Carlton to a 178 for Stewart. Looks like Stewart's out in front though. 817 with a 6 on an 815. Carlton's car just fading away for some reason. 894 with a 6 on an 850. Next up, Peter Brown for Sims Integrated Solutions and BK Race Engines. Dialed in with a 754. In the Aeroflow lane. taking on Jenny Petrie in the Wildfire Fiat. Dialed in with an 8:43. So near enough to 9/10 of a second head start going to the Fiat. Brown will have to chase her down. .035 in the tree for Brown. He has about 2/10 up his sleeve. He should be past the Fiat very soon. And goes on through for a 7.61 with a 7.164 mile an hour win. Petrie an 8.46 with a 1 on an 8.43, but a 0.25 second reaction time. Next up, Gregory Hannaford. Dialed in with a 10.99, taking on Lee Hardelor, dialed in with an 8.05. The Fiat to leave first. Well, Holden 6 on board. Leaves the 1.43 reaction time. Hardelor with a 1.59. Past the Fiat by 1,000 and runs on through for an 8.11 with a 5 at 1.48 and a 12.44 with a 3 at 1.07 there for Hannaford. Next up, a pair of rear-engine dragsters. We have Adriana McCaskill from Whittlesea in Victoria. Dialed in with a 7.07. Running for ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, Kips Fire Services, Pro Street Towing and Transport. Taking on Lou Capanato. Capanato dialed in with a 7.48. He's in the rocket lane. Running for Mixed Metal Roofing, Race Max Direct, Arndell Park Auto Electrical, Motorsport Connections, BK Race Engines, Dave Stevens Race Cars, and Advanced Product Design. It's good to see a full list of sponsors on both these cars. Very well supported, and I'm sure the racers thank you all for your support. McCaskill away with an 0.24, Capanato 0.04 red. The airflow lane will take it 7.09 with a 9 on a 7.07. Moving into top sportsman now. The first round of eliminations here. We have Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe, running the 410 Fontana, running for Bosco Racing. 8.20 the dial in for the silver car in the aeroflow lane. Joe Gadolari in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.57. In the exclusive transport VL, running for the Motor Oil Store and the Mob Detailing. Boscovich leaving the red light, 001 on the tree for Gadolari. 0.45 red there for Boscovich. Gadolari will take the win, goes a 8.62 with a 9 at 1.58. Joe Sorbello from Marsden Park. And the Team Karam Datsun Skyline. Supercharged LS2 on board. Running for Slingshot converters and Jenkins performance engines. Dialed in with an 890 for Joe. Taking on Stephen Willies in the Ford Torino. The Willies dialed in, Steve Willies dialed in with an 813. We'll be chasing down the Datsun. Joe's left the 004, red light on the tree. Willies will take the win. 816 with a 2, 167 mile an hour through the finish line on an 813 for Stephen Willies. And a 910 there for Sorbello. Next up, Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova, running for Sargent's Roofing. And All Flex Engineering, 848 the dial in for the Black Nova. In beside in the Rocket Lane, Brett Shear dialed in with a 788. Very, very nicely presented S10 Chevy pickup. Sargent away with an 029. Shear with an 081. Here comes that utility. Not sure if he's going to get there. No, it does not. Sargent takes the win. 849 with a 5. 158. Next pairing up, we'll have Dave Whitmore in that supercharged Chevy Nova. Dialed in with an 820 for Grant's performance. Taking on Jeffrey Sargent in the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Camaro. Camaro dialed in with a 792. Near enough 0.3 of a second head start will be given to the blown Nova. Sargent with the nitrous fed big block. Double 065 red there for Sargent. The Nova will take the win. 814 with a 7, 168 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 805 with a 2 at 172 there for Sargent in the Rocket Lane. But Whitmore will take the win, move into the next round. Looks like our next category out is Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Just going to throw up to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsors. I'll be back with you very shortly.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Alrighty, on the start line, Alex Rafalo dialed in with an 8.07 in the aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo from 5 Dock. Longo dialed in with an 8.87. So two amber lights on the Christmas tree. Head start will be going to the rocket lane and Jacob Longo. Jacob running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs, leaves with an 0.74. And Rafalo, unfortunately, a 1.35 red light. So Longo will move into the next round with an 8.90 on his 8.87. Rafalo going just a little bit too quick there as well, but he'd already lost on the start line. Next up, Archie Boscovich in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.59. We'll be chasing down his sister, Brianna, in the rocket lane. Brianna dialed in with an 8.79. She will be leaving first. .086 to an 0.61. But Archie way out in front here. Gets there first by 0.6, an 8.64 with a 4 and an 8.59. And Brianna there, a 9 something. Unfortunately, the time disappeared. The car running a little bit slow there, but just dropping the deep stage light, or the top light out, which means she went into deep stage just as the tree was counting down. So maybe that unsettled her on the start line, I'm not sure. Next up, we'll have Zach Rafalo in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.15. Taking on Daniela Axiak. Axiak dialed in with an 8 flat. So Axiak will do the chasing here. 10th and a half head start. And she's giving away a lot more than that on the start line. Rafalo should take this one out. And runs an 8.16 with a 5.78 mile an hour across the finish line. Axiak an 8.07 with a 9 on an 8.00 dial in. But the reaction time, I think, told the story there. All right, we're moving in to the next round of Go Logistics Super Street. And this battle sees Jim Raptus in the four-wheel drive, taking on Alan Stevenson in the pickup. Raptus dialed in with an 1182. The Ute dialed in with a 1277. Raptus with the red light. 056 red. So the Ute will take the win and move into the next round. 1278 with a 6104 mile an hour there for Alan Stevenson. The next pairing up, we will see Adam Bowers and Martin Stevenson. Bowers in the VT Commodore, running for High Performance World, and Forza Performance, dialed in with a 1239. Stevenson in the panel van, dialed in with a 1008. Running for Power Plus Race Fuels. Chevy 350 on board. Tree will count down for the VT first. 070 on the tree to a 009. Nice reaction time from Stevenson in the panel van. And the panel van will take it 10-1-0 with a 5 on a 10.08 at 126 mile an hour to take the win. Got there by 700ths of a second across the finish line. Bikereview.com.au modified bike. In the next round of racing, we'll see Ronnie Adams and Ryan Franks do battle. Adams in the airflow lane. Dialed in with a 980. He's on the Harley Davidson Destroyer. Ryan Franks dialed in with a 1040. Franks away first with an 047. Adams with a 4-8 reaction time. He's not going to make that gap up. No way. Franks will take the win if he doesn't break out. 1043 with a 1 on a 1040. Ryan Franks through to the next round. Next up, Lucas Nego. Dialed in with a 953. He's in the airflow lane. Mark Davies in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 998. Davies threw it away on the start line. 082 red. Nigo getting very close to that centre line as he gets closer to the finish. 958 with a 7, 140 will take it. And a 1047 with a 3 for the Rocket Lane there. Next up we have Albie Davidson dialing with a 1054 in the airflow lane, taking on Bobby Joe Simmons, dialing with a 945. Simmons in the Rocket Lane running for Reed Carpentry and Simmons Mowing. Davidson away with an 069 light, but the bike not happy on the start line. Bobby Joe, I thought was going to catch him, and he does. She does. Goes 951 with an 8, 132 mile an hour, and a 945. Davidson there, 1094 with an 8 at 124. Looked like the gap was going to be closed way quicker than it was. Almost like Davidson's bike stumbled a little bit on the start line. Like we're moving into extreme bike now, and Dave Mead will get the solo run. Dave all the way from Orange here today. And runs on through for a 901 and 142. Pairing up will be Christopher Hocking on the Aprilia RSV4, taking on Matthew Hunt, fittings 24/7 on the Kawasaki. .035 on the tree for Hunt. Nice reaction time for him, but Hocking will take the win. 829 with an 8, 150 mile an hour through the finish line. Hunt through with a 965, 145. Next up, Ben Newman taking on Cherie Buggy. Newman got that right elbow way up in the air, ready to crank the throttle. Better reaction time for Newman, but I think Buggy's around him. Goes 883 with a 9, 158 to take the win. Newman, an 896 with a 7. Only 200s across the finish line. Next up, Wesley Andrews from Blacktown. In-style interiors and construction on the Suzuki GXXR 1000. .094 on the tree for Rob Simmons. He's out in front, should take the win here. Goes 895 with a 9, 150 mile an hour across the finish line. To an 898 with a 9, 149 there for Andrews. Next up, Jeff Gradden in the Aeroflow lane, running for Sigler Rolling Stock, taking on Brant Gilliver. Gilliver in the Rocket lane. 041 on the tree for Gilliver. Tell you what, this is going to be a close race at the top end of the racetrack. Gradden gets there by 10th. 164 mile an hour. He was behind for a long way there. Next up, Diane Azapati gets the solo run this round. street bike now. And we see Jeremy Fisher on the Royal Enfield from Leichhardt. He's in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 13.34. Taking on Michael Riches. Riches dialed in with a 10.55. Running for AMS water meters on the Suzuki. A 1:06 reaction time for Riches, much better. And we'll take the win. 10.73 with a 6.126 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Phil Gardner and Angela Phipps. Gardner dialed in with 11.48 on the Yamaha triple. In the Aeroflow lane, Phipps running for fittings 24/7, dialed in with a 10.60. Much better reaction time from Angela. Chasing down that Yamaha. And Gardner takes the win. Phipps running an 11.22 on her 10.60. Next up, Rob Gilb and Tristan Anderson. Gilb dialed in with a 10.50 in the Aeroflow lane. Anderson dialed in with a 13.86. Gilb chasing down Anderson. I think he should get there. Had a fair advantage on the start line. 10.84 with the Ford. 1:03 through the finish line. Okay, Stefan Stafala running for Little Tokyo, VP Race Fuels and Powerhouse Cycles. He's dialed in with a 10.09. Taking on Jesse Barnes running for ProTune Motorcycles. Dialed in with a 14.17. So Stafala will have to be pretty patient on the start line. Near enough to 4 seconds head start will go to Barnes. The little Yamaha will be out there. Oh, Stafala, 0.00 reaction time. Barnes was an 0.71. I thought he had a pretty good shot, but not much in this one regardless. Big closing speed though. Barnes, I dare say, has probably just held it wide open. Goes 14.15 with a 1 on a 14.17. He's broken out, handing the win back to Stafala, who got there first anyway by 0.04 of a second. But there's nearly 50 mile an hour difference, or 42 mile an hour difference there in speed between the two. All right, that rumbling you can hear below me is Sean Mars' little HB Tirana and Leo George's little Mark 1 Escort. We're into round number 3 of 5 for Super Sedan. Sean Maher in the HB Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 918. Running for St Mary's engines. Georges in the orange Escort, running for Rocky Lamartina and Sons. Bradbury's paint and panel. Big H Racing, he's dialed in with a 920, so only 0.02 of a second between these two. The Escort to leave first. 0.47 to an 0.66. The Tirana out in front and pulling away, I'd suggest. Gets there with a 9.26 with a 2 on his 9.18. 137 mile an hour, got there by 0.08 of a second. George is just running a little bit slower on that pass, 9.34 and his 9.20. Next up we'll have Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore, taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina. Watt dialed in with a 920. Denaro with a 946. So the Cortina to leave first, and then the VL will run him down. 0.39 to an 0.59. Denaro with the advantage off the start line. 200ths up his sleeve. And Denaro takes it 9.47 with a 5 on a 9.46 at 1.38. Next up, we'll let Andrew Little gets the solo into the semis. Chevy Camaro 350 small block on board. .010 reaction time. And runs it through for 10.36. On his 985. Next category due out will be a modified Eliminator. I can see a couple of those cars in the staging lanes behind the tower. It's Craig Davies and Peter Brown. Should only be a few moments and they will be coming under the tunnel. All right, Peter Brown in the rear engine dragster, dialed in with a 7.54, taking on Craig Davies, dialed in with an 8.33 in that front engine dragster. So the front engine car in the rocket lane will leave first. Brown to chase him down. Davies with the red light, 0.19, 19 thousandths of a second, too soon. Handing the win to Brown, and he runs on through for a 7.57 with an 8. On a 7.54 at 179 mile an hour. Next pair out, we'll see Adriana McCaskill in the rear engine dragster take on Lee Hartle-Law. McCaskill running for Pro Street Towing and Transport. ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services. Hartle-Law dialed in with an 8.04. Will be chased by McCaskill. Dialed in with a 7.08, so near enough to a second head start, which is quite a big handicap in a modified Eliminator. Hartle-Law away with an 0.06 light. 0.44 from McCaskill. Not much in this one, but Hartle-Law with the advantage. Converts it to a win. Goes 8.07 on his 8.04 at 164 mile an hour to take the win. McCaskill a 7.09 with a 7 on at 7.08. Next up, Alison Stewart in the LA Racing Lubricants rear engine dragster, dialed in with an 8.15. She will be chased by Danielle McCaskill in the rocket lane. Danielle running for Mark 1 Welding, dialed in with a 7.33. Races into full stage now. The tree counts down for Stewart first, but McCaskill red lit by 0.02 of a second. 002 red on the tree. And Stewart will move into the next round. Test the dialing, goes 8.14 with an 8 on an 8.15. Next up, George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster. Takes a solo run here for RaceMax Direct, Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing and Motorsport Connections. George looking for a time somewhere around the 7.90 mark. This little LS powered front engine dragster. Only 365 cubes. Leaves with the red light, but that doesn't matter here. He's on a solo. He's got the win. Runs it out the back door. 792 with a 2, 170 mile an hour. We're moving into the next round of Super Gas. And we see Greg South in the aeroflow lane taking on Joe Catanzariti. South running for West End Performance and G-Force. Got a little bit of fluid or something out of the South car. He's being pushed right back. Tanzariti, unfortunately, on a solo. And he'll run it out the back door. 991 with a 2, 163 mile an hour. Vince Panetta on a solo here from Brookvale. Straight line paint panel in the Holden Tirana. Vince, our number 2 qualifier. .003 on the tree, nice reaction time for him. And runs, total package, 5 thousandths of a second, 990 with a 2. Moving into Top Sportsman now. This is their semi-final round. We'll see Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova, dialed in with an 814. Taking on Stephen Willies. Willies dialed in with an 813 in the Ford Torino. So basically this is going to be a heads-up deal. Only at 100th of a second head start. We'll go to the Nova. Willies will chase down Whitmore. .007 or an 025. The Nova with the advantage off the start line. Willies doing his best to chase him down. The car's locked together at 1,000, and the Torino takes it 816 with a 4, 158 mile an hour through the finish line. Got there by 65 10,000ths of a second. Absolutely nothing in that one across the finish line. So that's one half of the final decided in Top Sportsman. It will be Stephen Willies up against either Lisa Sargent or Joe Gadolari. Sargent dialed in with a 849 in the Chevy Nova. Gadolari dialed in with an 858. So 0.11 of a second. Looks like Gadolari's being asked to shut the car down. Start line crew spotting some fluid. Just using a bit of mops and thinners there. And the car being pushed back, so Sargent will go on to the final with a solo. Okay, we'll take 2 at this. This is Lisa Sargent, once again in the Sargent's Roofing Chevy Nova, dialed in with an 8:49. Taking on Joe Gadolari, dialed in with an 8:58. Gadolari running for exclusive transport and the mob detailing, and of course the motor oil store. The Veal to leave first, and then Sargent will chase him down. .028 to an 0:46. Lisa with a bit of work to do. And Gadolari gets there. 8:62 with a 2 on an 8:58. 0.05 of a second across the finish line. So your top sportsman final will be Stephen Willies and Joe Gadolari. Looks like our next category will be the Western Weekender Junior Dragster. For their semi, it'll be a 1 paired run and a single. And the paired run will be Zach Ruffalo taking on Jacob Longo. All right, Ruffalo running for Sydney Waterscapes in the airflow lane. He's dialed in with an 8:15. He will chase down Jacob Longo, dialed in with an 8:88. Longo in the rocket lane, running for RMJ Mechanical Repairs. Both races into full stage. Longo to lead first, 0.69 or 1.79. Ruffalo with a bit over a tenth to make up. Longo out in front. And Longo takes it, goes 8.88 with a 3. Got there by nearly 0.09 of a second. Ruffalo breaks out trying to make that difference up on the start line. Okay, so your junior dragster final will be Archie Boscovich, who is on a solo right now. He's going to take on Jacob Longo in the final. Boscovich dialed in with an 8.59. Running for Sir Beck Constructions, Diecast Mania, and Liverpool Glass. He was our number 3 qualifier earlier this morning with an 860. Away with a 1:02 reaction time. As I said, looking for an 8:59. Goes 8:63 with a 7. So your junior dragster final will be Archie Boscovich and Jacob Longo. Our next category to move forward will be Street Fighter. Starting to get to the pointy end of all the racing. The finals decided in a number of categories already. All right, Street Fighter, we've got Dave Muscat in the little mini, running for RPM Racing. Dialed in with a 1640, taking on Jack Matasevic. Matasevic dialed in with a 1431. Matasevic with the better reaction time, 076. The Falcon off in hot pursuit, still has a bit of work to do to catch that mini. And double breakout, 14.303 on a 14.301 for Jack Matasevic to take the win, move into the final. He will be taking on either Con Esther in the Falcon, or he will be taking on Glenn Garlick in the Commodore. 14.10 the dial-in for the Falcon. 13.22 the dial-in for the Commodore. The Commodore with about 500s up his sleeve here. And takes the win. 13.3-1 with a 5 at 104 mile an hour and a 13.22. Garlic to take the win. So the final in Street Fighter will be Jack Matasevic and Glenn Garlic. Moving into Super Sedan Semi now. We've got Andrew Little dialed in with a 999, taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Cortina, dialed in with a 946. Then we will have Sean Ma, will be a solo into the final in his Tirana. Denaro looking for 2 finals in a row. He has to get past Little first. Oh, 94 on the tree for Little. 065 on the tree for Denaro. Denaro already in front. Something going amiss with the Camaro. And Denaro takes it 9.54 with a 9 on a 9.46 at 126. And Little, unfortunately, coasting through there. All right, Sean Maher running for St Mary's Engines in the HB Tirana. Dialed in with a 9.20. He will be taking on Jimmy Denaro in the final. .003, the reaction time for Sean Maher. Straight down the centre of the aeroflow lane. 9.19 with a 7 on a 9.20. Will he adjust the dial in just a fraction for the final? Seems to have stuck with that 9.20 all day long. Moving into our street bike semi. No, there's a Chicago shootout. I didn't notice that. All right, so Jesse Barnes dialed in with a 14.15, taking on Michael Riches. Barnes to leave first. Riches will have to chase by nearly 4.5 seconds. Barnes away with an 0.50 light. I don't think he's going to catch Barnes from there. And Barnes takes it 14.15 with a 1 on a 14.15. Nice clean pass out of the little Yamaha. Angela Phipps now taking on Tristan Anderson. Phipps dialing with a 10.60 on the Suzuki in the aeroflow lane. Anderson on the Royal Enfield, dialed in with a 13.86. Anderson away with a 2.13. No 28 there for Phipps. And Phipps takes it 10.72 with a 3 on a 10.60. Got there by a 1/10 of a second. Next up, we'll have Robert Gilb dialing with a 10.50. He's on the Kawasaki in the airflow lane. Phil Gardner in the rocket lane on the Yamaha, dialed in with an 11.47. So near enough to a second head start going to Gardner. Gilbert the better of the two reaction times. And we'll take it. Gardner got there first but broke out by more. Next up, Stefan Stafala on the Harley-Davidson Night Rod. Racing for Little Tokyo VP Racing Fuels and Powerhouse Cycles. 10.09 the dial in for Stafala. Jeremy Fisher on the Royal Enfield. Dialed in with a 13.25. Stafala, red light, 178 red. Handing the win to Fisher. Who tests the dial, then goes 13.19 with a 5 on a 13.25. All right, into a modified bike, bikereview.com.au. I'm nearly there, Benny. Ryan Franks with a 10.40, 0.43 on the tree. Franks out in front of Lucas Nigo. And Nigo will get it because Franks went too fast. 10.34 with an 8 on a 10.40. Got there first but broke out. will be Lucas Nigo up against Bobby Joe Simmons in the final of Mod Bike. Bobby Joe dialed in with a 9:45. Running for Reed Carpentry and Simmons Mowing. $960. 153 there for Bobby Joe, but I don't think she left with her normal start line procedure. So it'll be Bobby Joe and Lucas Nigo, I think, in the final. We're moving into Extreme Bike now. And Cherie Buggy will take the solo in this round, running for a 666 race and custom. Suzuki Hayabusa. She qualified today with a 9:06. Hand runs on through for an 8:99 with a 9. 159 mile an hour. Big burn out there from Wesley Andrews on the Suzuki. Running for InStyle Interiors and Construction. Matthew Hunt, meanwhile, in the Rocket Lane, running for Fittings 24/7 on the Kawasaki. Run away nicely with a 026 light. Andrews with the wheels up launch. Had to readjust to get the front end back down. Takes the win anyway. 889 with a 4. 150 mile an hour. And a 962 with a 2 there for Matthew Hunt. Next pairing in Extreme Bike will be Robert Simmons on the Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Ben Newman in the Rocket Lane. Simmons with the red light. The bike seemed to bog a little bit on the start line. Newman away nicely and runs on through for a 9:03 at 151. Next pairing in Extreme Bike, Dave Mead on the Kawasaki taking on Tiana Azzopardi. Azzopardi in the Rocket Lane. And number 2 qualify with an 873. Oh, Diane's bike loose off the start line. She had to get out of the throttle. Looks like Mead's missed a gear or something similar. A 998 there for Azzopardi to take the win. Next up, Christopher Hocking on the Aprilia, taking on Jeff Gradden on the Hayabusa. Hocking out in front at the moment, but will he stay there? No, he doesn't. Graddon gets it 8.76 with a 6.162 through the finish line. Next up, Brant Gilvar from South Windsor, running for Mick Hone Motorsports. He was our number 3 qualifier with an 8.80. And runs on through for an 8.83 with a 5 at 146. Into Go Logistics Super Street now, their semi-final. And we see one half of the final will be either Alan Stevenson in the pickup or Dale Brown. Dale Brown with the advantage here in the Chrysler. 2.24 reaction time, the better of the two. And does not get there. Stevenson runs much closer to the dial in. 12.88 with a 5 on a 12.77 to take the win. So we'll be the two Stevensons in the final of Super Street. Martin Stevenson in the panel van. 085 light on the tree. Runs on through for a 10.08 with an 8, 133. It's been running really, really well all day long, that panel van. Boosted Outlaw, we've got Po Tung in the Gas Racing Supra, 2JZ powered car. Nitrous assisted. Here the boost starting to build in the Supra. Nice lead for him, 160 mile an hour to half track. 4.81 seconds to half track there for Po Tung. The first of the semis for Modified Eliminator. George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster, dialed in with a 790. Lee Hartelaw with an 806, an 032 on the tree for Bukareshvili, 018 for Hartelaw. It'll come down to who's closest to the dial in. It will be Lee Hartelaw taking on Alison Stewart in the final. Hartelaw 806 with a 0 on an 806. So spot on the dial in there for Hartelaw. Oh, beg your pardon, I didn't see Peter Brown there. I assumed it was a solo. That's what happens when you assume, doesn't it, Ben? So Peter Brown in the Aeroflow lane, running for BK Race Engines and Sims Integrated Solutions. 7:55 the dial-in for Pete. Taking on Alison Stewart, dialing in with an 8:14. Running for LA Racing Lubricants, Jeff's Racing Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography, and Madman Productions. Allison away with an 0.21 reaction time, an 0.78 there for Peter Brown. Brown with a bit of work to do at the top end, does not get there. 8:15 with a 3 at 164. On an 8:14 for Alison Stewart to move into the final to take on Lee Hargel-Law. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we are now up to finals in all our categories. So we're just going to have a little bit of downtime while we wait for some of those cars to come back around. As we've just seen, they've all pretty much just run their semis. So we'll be back with you very, very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. While we've got a little bit of downtime, I will just say we like to have the trophy presentations in the pergola outside the Pit Stop Cafe around about 15 minutes after the last final is run. So if we can have all the winners and runners up down to the pergola outside the Pit Stop Cafe, that would be fantastic. Get the trophies awarded, come along, thank your sponsors, family, friends, whoever's helped you get to the final here today, that would be great. And if you haven't already done so, like us on Facebook, keep up to date with all the happenings here at the racetrack. Check out the events calendar for all the upcoming events. I know March is pretty jam-packed. Of course, we have the No Prep Kings race here next weekend. There's been action aplenty so far with the round that's already happened in Perth, on and off the racetrack. The show's going on up in Willowbank as we speak. But their second night, I believe they went last night and tonight, with a similar format happening here next weekend. If you'd like to come out and join us, make sure you jump on the web and grab your tickets.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, finals time here for round number 2 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Track Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. We've got Archie Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo. Longo dialed in with an 8.87. Boscovich slightly faster with an 8.61. So Longo to lead first. Waiting patiently in Pre-stage is Jacob. Both races into full now. Jacob will lead first. Oh, Archie's thrown it away with a red light. 194 green for Longo to take the win. And runs on through for an 8-8-7. So 7 thousandths over the dial in for Jacob. Boscovich was 6 thousandths over, but unfortunately threw it away with the red light. Congratulations to both those racers and their crew. Our next finalist will be Street Fighter. And from what I can see, that will be Jake Matasevic and Glenn Garlick. I stand corrected. Our next final will be Street Bike. Robert Gilb and Jesse Barnes to do battle. This is Barnes' second final in a row. In the ProTune motorcycles, Yamaha, dialed in with a 14.15. He will be chased by Robert Gilb on the Kawasaki. He's dialed in with a 10.50. Gilbert, number 2 qualifier in the category this weekend. $2.74 the reaction time for Barnes. A 1:57 there for Gilb. Barnes willing his Yamaha to stay out in front. Doesn't get there, goes too fast. 13.97 with a 1 on a 14.15. Gilb to take the win. 10.92 on a 10.50. Barnes got there first by nearly 0.5 of a second. But Gilb will take the win because Barnes broke out. Congratulations to Robert Gilb. A Street Fighter class will be next, and that will be Jack Matasevic and Glenn Garlick. Matasevic in the Blue Falcon, dialed in with a 14.30. He will be chased by the Holden Commodore of Garlick, who's dialed in with a 13.22. Big burnout from Matasevic. Hasn't been scared to do a big burnout. All right, so the Commodore will be chasing down the Falcon. 1.1 seconds, the gap. 060 to an 061. There's 1,000s in the tree. It will once again come down to whoever is closest to the dial-in at the other end of the racetrack. And in this case, it will be Glenn Garlick. 13.19 with a 1 on a 13.22, a double breakout, but Matasevic went faster or further under the dial-in. He got there first, but broke out by more. The next final in Super Street will be Alan Stevenson and Martin Stevenson. Alan in the utility, dialed in with a 12.77. He will be chased down by the panel van, dialed in with a 10.08. So the utility to leave first. 2.7 seconds, the handicap. The panel van with a much better light. Runs on through. 10.10 with a 5, 124 mile an hour. The utility breaking out, trying to stay in front. Next up, Lucas Nigo taking on Bobby Joe Simmons in the BikeReview.com modified bike. 9.53 the dial in for Nigo. 9.45 the dial in for Bobby Joe. Bobby Joe with a much better reaction time. She's got the advantage marching towards the finish line. Does not get there. Nigo takes it. 9.53 with an 8, 142 mile an hour. On the 9.53 dial-in. Our next final here tonight will be Brant Gilliver taking on Jeffrey Gradden. Gilliver in the Aeroflow lane, running for Mick Hone Motorcycles. The Suzuki taking on the Hayabusa of Gradden, running for Sigra Rolling Stock Components. Gilliver qualified third here today with a 8.80. Gradden back in 11th, but certainly has run very similar times to Gilliver throughout the eliminations here this afternoon. 003 on the tree for Gilliver. He is gone. Oh, big puff of smoke there for Gradden. And Gilliver will take it 8.89 with a 1.45. And an 8.91 with a 5 at 1.63 there for Gradden. I thought with that big puff of smoke on the gear change, that would have been it for him. I also thought we might have had a bit of a track cleanup, but didn't seem to slow him down none. But congratulations to Gilliver for taking the win. Sydney Dragway track walkers just checking out the rocket lane, of course. All right, that's Po Tung burning out once again for Gas Motorsports in the Toyota Supra. Two JZ powered Toyota Supra. Very quick cars testing here today for the No Prep Kings race, which of course happening next week here at Sydney Dragway. Car running 475 to half track, 161 mile an hour. Supergas, the next category out for their final run. Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Vince Panetta in the Holden Tirana. Two super experienced Supergas racers. .034 on the tree for Catanzariti, 016 on the tree for Panetta. Panetta out in front. Will that Pontiac chase him down at the top end? You betcha he will. Gets there. No, he does not. Panetta takes the win. No, he doesn't. Beg your pardon. Panetta gets there first, but goes further under the dial-in. So Catanzariti will take the win. Goes 9.89 with a 3. Margin. 44 10,000ths of a second is the deciding factor across the finish line. Congratulations to Joe Catanzariti and the team. Top Sportsman final now. Joe Gattalari taking on Stephen Willies. Gattalari dialed in with an 8.59 in the VL Commodore. An 8.13 the dial in for Stephen Willies in the Ford Torino. Only a few more categories to run here and we are done for this round of the championship. Willies into pre-stage. Waiting on Gattalari now. In there now. .015 on the tree for Gattalari. Has a big hole shot over Stephen Willies. I don't think that Torino's going to make that up at the top end of the racetrack. No, it does not. 8.61 with a 1 on an 8.59 for Gattalari to take the win. Got there by over a tenth. And an 8.14 with an 8 on an 8.13 for Willies. He'll have to settle for a runner-up spot here this afternoon. Super Sedan now. Sean Maher in the HB Tirana taking on Jimmy Denaro in the Ford Cortina. 9.19 the dial in for Maher. 9.46 the dial in for Denaro. These two have raced each other plenty of times. 001 on the tree for Denaro. He's got 65 thousandths of a second up his sleeve. Not much, but a margin's a margin. Will he convert it to a win? Yes, he does. 9.48 with a 0 on a 9.46 to take the win. 138 mile an hour through the finish line. Sean Maher, a 9.19 with a 7 on a 9.19. Very, very tight race as we all expected in Super Sedan. But a 001 light there for Denaro. All right, we have one more race for the evening, and that will be our modified final. Run between Alison Stewart and Lee Hartill-Law. Both cars firing into life. Alison Stewart will be in the aeroflow lane in the rear engine dragster. Dialed in with an 8.14. 900ths of a second. Quicker will be Lee Hartill-Law, dialed in with an 8.05. Hartill-Law racing for BK Race Engines, Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical. 40 cubes of Windsor on board this car. Alison Stewart racing for LA Racing Lubricants, Jeff's Racing Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography and Madman Productions. The dragster to lead first, the hot rod to chase her down. Two very experienced modified eliminator racers sitting on the start line. .093 for Allison, .051 for Lee. The hot rod with a small advantage and converts it to a win. 8.05 with a 7, 163 mile an hour through the finish line on an 8.05. Alison Stewart, an 8.14 with a 4 on an 8.14. So both races super close to their dial-ins. I think the telling story there was the reaction time difference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, that concludes racing here tonight at Sydney Dragway. I'd like to thank you all for coming along and enjoying the racing here today. Thank you to all those who joined us on the YouTube official live stream. Look forward to seeing you all at Sydney Dragway in the very near future. Of course, keep in touch with us via Facebook. Check out all the posts. Of course, No Prep Kings here next weekend, next Friday and Saturday. If you haven't already got your tickets, I suggest you get online and grab them. And look forward to seeing you out here at Sydney Dragway. For all our winners and runners-up, congratulations. If we can have you all at the Pit Stop Cafe in around about 15 minutes' time for the trophy presentation, that would be awesome. On behalf of myself and all of our hardworking officials here at Sydney Dragway, thank you once again for your patronage, and we look forward to having you back here